cek satu.
Alma-materku yang kucinta, ibu yang luhur di teras, tetap membara semangatmu, cita-citamu tak kendur. 10 November 45 mendorong menjiwaimu, melangkah ke arah tujuan dengan tekadmu yang teguh, membina bangsa atas dasar Pancasila dan Undang-Undang Dasar 45, landasan juangmu. Alma-materku yang kucinta, ibu yang luhur di teras, semangat kokoh keengganmu membina putra-putrimu, menuntun teknologi yang canggih, berbudi.
Ya, Bapak Ibu Panitia, kita nyoba running dulu ya. Untuk video-video kita skip dulu mungkin ya. Jadi biar nggak terlalu lama karena waktunya tinggal 20 menitan. Gimana sih? Udah?
Ya? Oh. Oke, cek 1 2. Suaranya gema ya Mas ya emang. Double.
Bagi yang presenter Vespa, silakan dalam satu tim mungkin satu mungkin ada yang presentasi atau dua lagi. Jadi tidak sekontennya nanti yang satu atau dua, hanya yang presentasi nanti saja.
Nanti untuk presenter ganti nama nanti diinfokan sama ini ya, moderator ya. Nanti kan? Gimana? Oh.
Iya, itu sudah saya ganti loh. Oh iya, saya mau masukkan aja Pak. Oh iya, sip. Satunya siapa ya? Mungkin ini Pak,
punya mic yang apa? Yang kecil itu ya, Pak ya? Nggak punya ya? Ya. Oh gitu tak bawain dari rumah, aku punya. Oke.
Ya, oke. Kita mulai dari opening ya.
Ini opening beneran sekarang? Atau masih? Oh, gladiresik itu. Berarti langsung masuk ini ya? Gak usah pakai nunggu ya?
Iya, nggak apa-apa saya. Oke, Mas sudah siap ya? Tiga, dua, satu, mulai.
Institute Technology Sepul Napemba, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
ITS.
ITS, University of Heroes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. The program will be started in a minute, so please occupy the most comfortable sitting position during the event. Oh, MC dulu Pak, pastinya Pak. MC dulu harusnya ya.
Loh, MC kan sudah tadi.
Gimana?
Nyoba doang.
Oh, nyoba doang.
Iya, iya.
Oh, greeting saja. Nggak usah pakai aneh.
Jadi langsung greeting, habis itu langsung dibuka. Ini kalau disesuai rundown yang baru, dari sisi yang di tengah dulu kan namanya tukang bunga ya.
Oh iya, oke.
Jadi langsung pembukaan, pertama greeting, habis itu pembukaan, habis itu iklan baru Indonesia.
Indonesia Raya. Yang schedule-nya tadi gimana Pak? Jadi ditampilkan.
Sudah program schedule belum?
Siapa?
Pokoknya sudah program rundown, sudah ya?
Bukan, maksudnya yang ditampilkan di PPT slide. Jadi bukan. Nggak ada. Oke. Ya udah nggak usah di ini kan ya.
Jadi setelah opening itu tadi dibuka langsung greeting, setelah itu memberikan ini langsung pembukaan Indonesia Raya.
Oke.
Oke, silakan Pak Amir.
Oke, lanjut. Bu Faiz, dimulai pembukaan MC. Baca kalimat terakhir aja.
Okay. Dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the Architecture, Design and Research Symposium 2020 with a theme call for discussion of the potential of architecture as an agency of change in the complex world today. The symposium aim is to summarize what is scientifically and practically known, learn about the cutting-edge research, and reach a consensus about this meeting basic question. Can architecture contribute to the society in the 21st century in a new and a better way? This symposium is intended to connect practitioners and educational institutions in the field of architecture. Hosted in the City of Heroes, Surabaya, Department of Architecture, Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering, Institut Teknologi 10 November, Surabaya, Indonesia, has the honor to present you the symposium AR+DC 2020. To begin the symposium, I would like to ask all participants to turn the microphone off by clicking the mute button on the bottom left corner on your screen. Secondly, please kindly rename your display name to participants _ last name institutions. Before entering this event any further, let me show you the series of event today's symposium. Ini nggak usah ya? Oke. Okay. Moving on the next agenda, it is an honor for me to introduce. Sebentar Pak. Langsung ke ini ya. Moving on the next agenda, it is an honor for me to introduce and welcome the guests at our meeting room today. Pak, skripnya ada yang hilang. Sebentar.
Oke, di skip dulu ya, langsung ke bumper.
Oke, ini aja. For a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise up from your seat to sing together the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, which will then be followed by the ITS hymn song. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a welcoming speech to be delivered by the Technical Committee Chairman of AR+DC Symposium 2020.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rector of ITS Profesor Muhammad Asari, Dean of Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering Dr. Murni Rahmawati, Head of Department of Architecture Dr. Dewi Septa.
Sorry, ini saya 2 kali soalnya. Well, thank you Ibu Nurenda Novida. Now we are going to have a welcoming speech to be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering, ITS, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Murni Rahmawati, MT. Ladies and gentlemen, please okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibu Dr. Insinyur Murni Rahmawati, MT. The time is yours. The time is yours saja, Pak. Lihat ah. Sudah? Oh, lagi. Okay. We are going to have welcome. Kenapa? Okay. We are going to have a welcoming speech to be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering, ITS, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Murni Rahmawati, MT. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibu Dr. Insinyur Murni Rahmawati, MT. The time is yours.
Distinguished Professor Muhammad Asari, Rector of ITS, Distinguished Professor Jeremy Till, from University of Arts London, also University lead on climate.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Murni Rahmawati, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asari, MN, as Director of Institut Teknologi 10 November Surabaya, to give a welcome speech as well as opening this event.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and health be with us. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asari, MN, for the warm welcoming speech and also opening our event today. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this program, we will proceed to the next session. We are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. That is to hear the opening remarks by one of our keynote speakers today, Professor Jeremy Till. He is now appointed as the head of Central St. Martin's, as well as Pro-Vice Chancellor Research, University of the Arts London, University lead on climate energy. To the honorable speaker, Professor Jeremy Till, the time is yours.
Good morning to you all. It's a great privilege to have been asked to make a very short opening address at the beginning of this conference.
Oh iya, iya.
Untuk kalau ke kanan kiri oke, jadi kelihatan kayak ada podium dan ada kamera, ada sertanya, tapi fokus utama di depan kamera. Mana kameranya? Mana kamera? Oke.
Ini kayaknya ngedistract saya deh. Apa mungkin disanain aja ya, Pak?
Posisinya ya.
Nanti aja. Oke.
Oke. Selanjutnya adalah MC untuk informasi kegiatan, setelah itu IPA, setelah itu MC untuk bridging ke sesi paralel.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Jeremy Till, for giving us such inspirational remarks today. Furthermore, I would like to invite you all to go into the next agenda, parallel session. There will be 6 presenters in this session and will be moderated by Insinyur Igusti Ngurah Antaryama, PhD. To Bapak Ngurah Antaryama, the time is yours. Ya, Pak Ngurah.
Tadi berarti setelah Pak Zulkifli Dimas, lalu MC kan
Oh, ini yang
setelah itu iklan dulu, setelah itu MC masuk lagi.
Gimana?
Di London. Jadi setelah Pak Zulkifli memberikan Dimas, MC memberikan terima kasih ya kepada Pak Zulkifli, lalu memberikan informasi dari besar para siswa. Setelah itu iklan. Setelah itu MC masuk kembali untuk masuk ke sesi para sosial mempersilahkan moderator.
Wait, so that's what garis besar para sessionnya.
Di London soalnya ada iklan atau nggak usah?
Kayaknya nggak usah sih, nggak usah. Saya pikir ini nanti yang menjelaskan parallel sessionnya Pak Ngurah. Jadi aku cuma ngasih.
Pak Beatrix, yang mau London di Jelantik untuk itu posisi jam 9.35 itu ada iklan, itu dicoret ya Pak. Jadi ada 9.30 sampai 9.35 MC informasi kegiatan, lalu jeda iklan, lalu bridging sesi paralel MC. Yang iklan itu nggak perlu, jadi langsung ke moderator.
iklan yang terakhir itu ya, yang setelah MC itu ya.
Itu diganti iklan setelah buka mempersilakan Pak Murad, digeser ke situ aja.
Oke.
Ya, jadi ketika MC mempersilakan Pak Murad, itu baru iklan. Ya, digeser. Oke. 855 Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Oke.
Bagaimana?
Oh ya. Untuk tampilannya yang presentasi PPT Pak Idris. Jadi yang besar sebelah kiri yang besar. Ditonjol posisi 940.
PPT yang kiri ya.
Ini berarti ya. Yang sebelah kanan adalah presenternya tertulis yang dipin paper 1. Berikut posisi tampilannya. Paper 1, paper yang ada 2 ada paper berapa aja ya? Jadi yang bertugas paper ya, yang berarti yang paper 2 itu ada 2 orang, paper A, 2A dan 2B. Lalu paper 4 ada 2, paper 5 ada 2. Nanti ada 5A, 5B. Kalau yang A berarti yang tampil kedua, yang B berarti yang kedua. Nanti harap yang presenter memberikan info ya. Silakan kepada jadi nanti mohon yang petugas tim bisa jadi ada penyaji ada 2. Jadi ada yang paper 1 dan 1. Yang ada 2 itu hanya paper 2 dan paper 3 dan 5. 2, 3, 5 itu ada 2 orang yang menyajikan. Oke, kalau 5A, 5B Oke, 4A, 4B silakan dicoba.
To occupy the most comfortable sitting position during the event. To begin symposium, I would like to ask President to turn the microphone on by clicking the mute button on the bottom left corner on your screen, and to occupy the most comfortable sitting position during the event. Secondly, please kindly remember to spell your name to participate on _institution. For entering the same title, will appear in Pak Anggir.
Nanti saya buatkan full presentasi dulu, Pak. Setelah pinnya sudah siap, nanti baru saya munculkan yang 2 screen ini. Seperti itu aja. Kalau seperti ini kan nanti yang kanan kan masih nyari kan. Nah, jadi gini dulu. Nanti begitu pinnya sudah siap dari sini, nanti kita pindah ke yang double screen. Iya, itu sangat diperlukan oleh saya di sini, Bu.
ini Pak kuncinya, next presenter please gitu. Kalau udah next presenter please, berarti Pak Patrick silakan memasukkan slide-nya, kemudian mengubah ke berikutnya yang apa misal kayak paper 4A, Bu Karisma presentasi, terus kemudian Bu Karisma ngomong next presenter please, habis itu tolong dikeluarkan slide-nya lagi secara besar, terus pindah ke 4B yang Bu Wirahayu. Bisa nggak ya pakai ini?
Kalau dari segi tampilan sih berarti kan saya kan cuman nampilin yang satu screen ini. Nanti pokoknya gini Bu intinya, saya butuh kode pada saat yaitu tadi katakan next speaker. Nanti saya kita ngeluarin anu aja Bu biar gampang. Waktu pindah ke speaker lain itu kita masukin bumper aja Bu. Oh satu paper. Oh ya nggak apa-apa sih kalau satu paper, berarti kan nanti yang full screennya seperti ini gambarnya siapa Bu? Oh gambar presentasinya aja. Oh ya oke. Ya oke.
Iya tetap nggak usah bikin baru Pak Iwan.
Mungkin gini Pak Beatrix ya, saya akan update juga di WA kalau misalnya kemudian slide seperti itu.
Oke, ini udah jam 9:10. Kita mulai aja ya.
Oh iya, sorry.
Raise hand. Coba raise hand. Jadi nanti sebelum presentasi silahkan raise hand. Gunakan fitur raise hand yang ada di partisipan di sebelah kanan. Nah, biar bisa pindah ke atas. Jadi nanti nah, sip. Jadi nanti setiap mau presentasi silakan raise hand. Bu Karisma nanti dulu ya, biar ini dipinter satu ya. Jadi nanti sebelum presentasi silakan melakukan raise hand. Kalau sudah dipersilakan oleh moderator, silakan raise hand untuk mempermudah panitia melakukan pin. Jadi silakan raise hand, baik yang untuk dua orang presenter. Jadi presenter kedua siap-siap dengan raise hand-nya. Setelah dipin nanti tolong di lower hand. Jadi saya lower hand aja nggak apa-apa. Jadi mohon Bapak Ibu nanti saya kode juga di WhatsApp group untuk melakukan raise hand agar mudah di cek dipin oleh panitia. Sudah sih Pak Iwan. Ada yang ditanyakan dulu dari presenter? Sudah ada sudah Pak Iwan. Oke, baik Pak Amian, silakan dimulai alat koordinasi juga grup dan sesuai dengan kita. Silakan Pak Amian.
Oke, kita mulai ya. Bu Faiz siap ya? Sebentar, setting sebentar. Ya. Oke, kita mulai ya. Siap. Udah.
Institute Technology Sepul Napemba, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university, means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
ITS.
ITS. ITS. University of Heroes.
Institute Technology Sepul Napemba, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university, means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
ITS.
ITS. ITS. University of Heroes.
Institute Technology Sepul Napember, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
Come and join us. Come and join us.
Come and join us.
Come and join us.
Come and join us.
Come and join with us. ITS.
ITS.
ITS. ITS. University of Heroes.
Dear Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the Architecture, Design, and Research Symposium 2020 with the theme called for discussion of the potential of architecture as an agency of change in a complex world today. The symposium aim is to summarize what is scientifically and practically known, learn about the cutting-edge research, and reach a consensus about this meeting. Basic question: can architecture contribute to society in the 21st century in a new and a better way? The symposium is intended to connect practitioners and educational institutions in the field of architecture. Hosted in the city of Hero, Surabaya, Department of Architecture, Faculty of Civil, Planning, and Geoengineering, Institut Teknologi 10 November Surabaya has the honor to present you this International Symposium AR+DC 2020. To begin the symposium, I would like to ask all participants to turn the microphone off by clicking the mute button on the bottom of your screen, and to occupy the most comfortable sitting position during this event. Secondly, please kindly rename your display name to participants _ last name _ institutions. Well, moving on to the next agenda, it is an honor for me to introduce and welcome the guests at our meeting room today. The first is Rector of Institut Teknologi 10 November Surabaya, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asari, M.Eng. Secondly is the Dean of Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering, Dr. Insinyur Murni Rahmawati MT. And the third is the Head of Department of Architecture, Dr. Dewi Septanti, SPD STMT. And also, we welcome all the invited speakers, presenters, and participants of AR+DC Symposium 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now opening the ceremony of AR+DC Symposium 2020. For a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise up from your seat to sing together the national anthem Indonesia Raya, which will then be followed by the IDS hymn and song.
Indonesia Raya.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Now, we are going to have a welcoming speech to be delivered by the Technical Committee Chairman of AR+DC Symposium 2020. Please welcome Ibu Nur Endah Nufida STMT. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rector of ITS Professor Muhammad Azhari, Dean of Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering Dr. Murni Rahmawati, Head of Department of Architecture Dr. Dewi Septanti, our keynote speakers Professor Jeremy Theo, Dr. Dedi Wahyudi, and Mr. Jacob Gatot Surarjo, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. And on behalf of the organizers and Department of Architecture ITS, welcome to the Symposium on Architecture Research and Design 2020. Let me begin by thanking our speakers for being here with us. This is the 11th AR+DC and the first to be held online. Our theme this year is Architecture in the 21st Century, the Agency of Change, where we will discuss the importance of innovation for architecture to overcome key challenges in the 21st century and the role to be played by architecture in the future. We have received 13 selected papers, but only 6 papers are eligible to be presented at parallel sessions today, all of which will be submitted for the Journal of Architecture and Environment following the symposium. I would like to thank our program steering committee for arranging an excellent lineup of speakers, and I thank the speakers and moderators for their contribution. Let me also thank to all of the participants. As always, we appreciate your support and look forward to your contribution to the discussion. Lastly, let me convey my utmost gratitude to all organizers who have been working hard for the past months to make this event possible. I wish you all a most enjoyable and productive symposium. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Nufida. Now we are going to have a welcoming speech to be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering ITS, Ibu Murni Rahmawati. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibu Dr. Insinyur Murni Rahmawati MT. The time is yours.
Distinguished Professor Muhammad Azhari, Rector of ITS, Distinguished Professor Jeremy Theo, from University of Arts London, also University led on Climate Emergency, Distinguished Mr. Dedi Wahyudi, PhD, from Faculty of Art and Design, IDB, also as Principal Architect, Labo Architecture and Design, Distinguished Mr. Jacob Gatot Surarjo, Principal Architect Arcadia Design and co-founder and Block Space, all distinguished lecturers from Department of Architecture ITS, and all distinguished participants. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm greeting and a big welcome to all our participants this morning in online symposium held by Department of Architecture, Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering of ITS. Thank you very much for your attending. Special thanks to our speakers who will address the symposium with their unique perspective on the topic. I also would like to thank to our symposium committee who have been tirelessly coordinating and organizing the event in spite of their own tight schedule of lecturing online classes. All just for the success of the symposium, which I believe will provide a venue for all participants to gain insights from one another and to explore new opportunities for further collaboration. During this AR+DC symposium, we will discuss the potential of architecture as an agency of change to contribute to the society and the 21st century. The key challenges to tackle here include the advancement of technologies such as artificial intelligence, IoT, open source knowledge, as well as nature-driven and societal programs such as global warming, high-rise settlements, and environmental devastation. Hence, can architecture contribute to the betterment of society in the 21st century? Can architecture meet the new challenge, new century with a new resourcefulness? And if so, then how? Or if not, what do? Ladies and gentlemen, today speakers will address issues such as architecture and health, inclusivity, global health preparedness and response, and institutional collaboration in architecture. These are but some examples of why global cooperation, alignment, and stewardship is needed in the field of architecture. What we need is not just to conclude that this is important, but to find meaningful tools and to make things happen. In this online symposium, we represent educational institutions, academia, architects, and governmental organizations. My hope is that this day gives us an opportunity to build stronger ties between academia, multilateral sector, and the architectural services in Indonesia and beyond. So we all can contribute to improve architecture and education for all in coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Murni Rahmawati, for the speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asari M.Eng as Director of Institut Teknologi 10 November Surabaya to give a welcome speech as well as an opening this event. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asari M.Eng. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and health be with us. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering, Ibu Dr. Murni Rahmawati, the Honorable Head of Department of Architecture, Ibu Dr. Dewi, the Honorable Chairperson of AR+DC International Symposium on Architecture, Research and Design 2020, the distinguished speakers, especially Professor Jeremy Thiel, very good morning and welcome to AR+DC International Symposium. Distinguished speakers, Dr. Dedi Wahyudi, very good morning to you. Welcome to our symposium. And also distinguished speaker, Architecture, Jacob Katot, very good morning to you and welcome to our symposium. All honorable senior leaders of ITS, or researchers and all participants of AR+DC 2020. On behalf of Institut Teknologi 10 November, or ITS, I have a great pleasure to welcome you to the today's event, Symposium of Architecture, Research and Design 2020. It's very delightful that we are this morning in healthy and very high spirit to attend this kind of event. This event, AR+DC, is hosted by Department of Architecture, Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering of ITS. This is the 11th symposium, International Symposium of Architecture. So we are very proud and very thank you for all the committee and the Department of Architecture that can maintain the kind of international meeting, international symposium in the field of architecture, and it would be very happy to meet in this 11th of architecture research and design symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, following the theme of this symposium, that architecture in the 21st century, the agency of change to Indonesia and beyond, this is very relevant to the ITS programs. So the architectures of ITS is very strong. We are very strong, especially in improving our design of the city, our environment of the city of Surabaya, which is the second largest city after Jakarta, and also improving the environment to Indonesia, the whole nation. ITS now that we have 20,000 students, thousands faculty members, very happy that one of the best department, including Department of Architecture, we are now in the position of 751 rank in the world according to QS. And we are now in the position as 164 Asian ranks according to QS. So this is a capital that's very important for us. Hopefully could be better and better and in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, that being an agent of change, we know that knowledge, action, and reflection is required, especially in the architecture field. Therefore, through this symposium, we hope that we could conclude this symposium with some recommendations, with new idea, new research that can be implemented in our society. Therefore, architecture is not only for improving our environment, but also for us, people, to be happier. So again, on behalf of ITS, thank you very much for your participation in this event. We are welcoming you, and I hereby declare that the symposium is officially opened. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you, Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asari MM, for the warm welcoming speech and also opening our events today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to begin this program, now we will proceed to the next session. We are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to hear the opening remarks by one of our keynote speakers today, Professor Jeremy Till. He is now appointed as the head of Central St. Martin's, as well as Pro-Vice Chancellor Research, University of the Arts London, University Lead on Climate Emergency. To the honorable speaker, Professor Jeremy Till, over to you.
Good morning to you all. It's a great privilege to have been asked to make a very short opening address at the beginning of this conference. Last month, the famous architect David Chipperfield asked his friend and famous architect Jack Herzog a question. This is Jack Herzog's response. Dear David, you asked me what architects should do about the unmistakably impending environmental catastrophe, about social inequality, about poverty, about the degradation of this planet's resources, about the pandemic, which has placed us in an almost surreal mode that begs description. Dear David, the answer is nothing. Now this is simply not good enough. It just represents a retreat into the comfort and safety of the stronghold of architecture. But these external circumstances and contexts which we're all living through, those of the climate emergency, those of the pandemic, those of social inequality, those of mass migration, all of these demand that architects and architecture rises to the new challenges that these intense and urgent crises present to us. As I'll be arguing later, it is the intersection of these crises that may actually ask us to move into a state which I call architecture after architecture, where the previous architecture is now no longer relevant or resilient enough to cope with these intersecting crises. Now, this conference asks some really intelligent questions, all of which demand answers. And I think it's very appropriate that these questions are being asked in Indonesia, because as that exchange between Chipperfield and Herzog shows, the comfort of the debate emerging from Europe is, I think, increasingly irrelevant and needs new radical interventions and new voices to intervene in it. And I think that this is what this conference begins to open up. I wish I could be there with you today, and even more that I could then go for a delicious meal with you afterwards, but I'm afraid that I can't be. However, I wish you well for the morning's debate, and I look forward to joining you later this afternoon to engage in that debate even more. Best of luck with today.
Well, thank you, Professor Jeremy Till, for giving such an inspirational remarks for today. Furthermore, I would like to invite you all to go into the next agenda, parallel session. There will be 6 presenters in this session and will be moderated by Insinyur I Gusti Ngurah Antaryama PhD. To Insinyur I Gusti Ngurah Antaryama PhD, over to you.
Thank you very much for your advice. Thank you very much, Vice. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first session of today's symposiums. In this session, we have 6 presenters, as I covered at least three major topics. The first concerned with design, and the second human design, and the last is talking about more information technology applied to problems concerning the disaster mitigation. And after all the presenter gave their ideas about their latest work, we then moved to discussion session. And discussion session will be carried out to explore other findings
kampung tend to open more than 10 hours in a day for their window. And stress level tend to be higher in apartment compared to the one in kampung. Age of the building also, as we all know, the building in apartment tend to be newly built compared to the kampung one. In average, kampung tend to have 31 years age, and in the heating cooling system, most apartment has AC as expected, and only 20% of the respondent in kampung has AC. Next slide, please. And this is the result of multiple chemical sensitivity calculation from TC questionnaire. And as we can see, the respondent in kampung only 21% in the severe, somewhat suggestive to very suggestive condition, and compared to that in apartment, it is higher compared to the one in kampung. In apartment of Surabaya and apartment of Jakarta, it's nearly double or more than the double percentage of the one in kampung. Next slide, please. This is the result of indoor air quality measurement, and as we can see also, in kampung, most of the mean or the measurement result is lower compared to the one in apartment, and in TVOC, as we can see, the concentration of TVOC is way higher in apartment compared to the one in kampung. Next, please. And here we are trying to compare between the concentration between non-suggestive group to the suggestive until very suggestive group of the MCS to see how is the correlation between MCS and indoor air quality condition or concentration. And in TVOC, as we can see, the higher concentration, the higher risk of sensitivity, the respondent with higher risk of sensitivity tend to have higher concentration of TVOC also in their house. So in this case, TVOC has high correlation with higher concentration, higher risk of sensitivity. Next, please. And from the questionnaire also and the measurement result, we are trying to see the correlation or to see some variables that have high correlation with indoor air quality measurement result and also MCS questionnaire result. And from this correlation analysis, as we can see, number of windows in master bedroom, availability of AC, availability of fan, and also availability of exhaust fan has high correlation with both formaldehyde and TVOC concentration, both in mean and maximum value in all apartment. In this correlation analysis, we are focusing only on apartment because apartment tends to have higher concentration compared to the one in kampung. Next. And this is the modification that we did. Based on the result of higher correlation between ventilation and also exhaust fan and also windows of the apartment, we are trying to do the modification by adding exhaust fan or higher ventilation rate to the building to see, or to the room, to see how this will affect the concentration of formaldehyde and TVOC in the room. And before we are doing the modification, we measured the air change hour of the house itself, and based on the result of that, so we choose apartment in Surabaya, and we choose 4 units of apartment. Unit 1 is apartment Guna Wangsa. The unit 2 and unit 4 is apartment Menara Rumput, and unit 3 is apartment of Edu City. And the result of air change hour, the apartment. So we do 2 measurements also, open and closed window situation. In unit 1 and unit 3, open window situation will have higher air change hour. But in apartment of Menara Rumput, when we open the window, the air change hour is not that high, significantly different compared to the one when we close the window or the ventilation. Next, please. And we did the modification by applying exhaust fan in the room, and based on So we did measurement before and after the modification. For example, as we can see in the formaldehyde in Unit 2 and Unit 4 in apartment mineral code, application of exhaust fan as modification significantly decrease the concentration of formaldehyde. For example, in Unit 2, from 111 microgram of formaldehyde, changed to 11 microgram of formaldehyde after modification. And this modification also followed by a follow-up measurement for a month. And the follow-up measurement results shows also that the application of this exhaust fan also lowering the degree of formaldehyde for the longer use of this exhaust fan. Next, please. So, in conclusion, there was a significant difference between MCS risk score between kampung and apartment, where the one in kampung tend to be lower compared to the one, and the one in apartment tend to be double compared to the one in kampung. And there are several factors that affecting MCS risk and also VOC. For example, window opening situation and heating cooling system. And the improvement of ventilation rate by using exhaust fan was also found to be effective in lowering the formaldehyde and VOC level. But further studies is needed because currently we haven't found what is the source of this high concentration of formaldehyde and VOC of the apartment. But in the future, when we are designing such a compact size of room for apartment, for example, ventilation rate and how well the air change hour of the room is really important to lower the indoor air quality risk of the room. So this is all my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, it's very interesting subject by Mr. Sani. Again, thank you very much. And now we have to shift to the second presenter, and I would like to invite Mr. Wahyono and Mr. Damianus to present their works, titles, the concept of vandalism prevention, case study, Jalan Niaga Samping. Mr. Wahyono and Mr. Damianus, you have 10 minutes, and time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. We want to thank you all your presence on this opportunity and today's presentation. Before we begin, let's us introduce ourselves. My understanding the guy is here, Damianus, and the credit our lecturer up there. Next, please. The part is the presentation includes 4 sections, and the others on introduction, literature review, result, and conclusion. Next. Let's start with how it began. Vandalism are often the main concern in today's society. Vandals not only contribute to the degradation of physical economic, but vandalism also affect the social life of the people in the city as well. Jalan Niaga Samping is the corridor back alley. Located Kota Lama Surabaya, this corridor was unsafe because there were a desert. So the corridor was a dangerous place to walk and live. It became covered with graffiti and literally with garbage and human waste, and women had to get together in groups. The results in this study providing appropriate design recommendation in improving livability and safe Jalan Niaga Samping, we had revitalized and made over this area. Next, please. The choose a methodology investigate case divide for basic part. The part 1 as a literature review, and second site analysis, third empirical analysis. In this part, we apply to observation. The selection of the case study area observation process started. The observation are not done layout, building and section. The part for design. Next. Focus mainly on vandalism prevention because it's based on 3 strategies used to define and design an environment that protects against vandalism. network surveillance, access control, and territorials. Next. Jalan Niaga Samping's corridor is the part of Surabaya Old Town area which consists of old settlements, shop, office, and then still exists today. Location in visual in the Jalan Niaga Samping corridor, the Surabaya Old Town area can be seen below. Next. Building in this area unique colonial style feature, for example, is NIG building. It was designed by Cosman Citron in 1921, has functioned as an insurance office from the past until now. Next. This line use which is blue is the private house and shop, dark is green is the retail, light green is non-functional building, and dark blue is conservation building, and red is graffiti area. Next, please. In this part, we're gonna present our observation result aspect surveillance. We found lighting at the night and low visibility and accessibility in this area. Next, please. Aspect accessibility, we found the less stable economic and social activity in this area. Next, please. After observation and analysis of Niaga Samping Street, all findings are evaluated. These are statutory performance. We found low attractiveness of the district and the unfunctioning building. The next. After observation and analysis Niaga Samping Street, all findings are evaluated through this discussion and the design, and we getting any recommendation and suggestion. This is our urban design method. As the process in practice can be described as the series of link decision forming and the sequence analysis, synthesis of ratio and decision. Next, please. The stage 1. The accumulation and ordering of general information and information specifically related to the problem at hand. We accumulated a general information specially related to vandalism problem. Left table, we get any literature about rural vandalism and its problem. Right table, we get from the observation process. Next, please. Stage 2, we investigated of the problem based on the observation and literature. The investigation of the nature of the problem, the investigation of possibility solution or mean or a solution. And this stage general criteria will be determined as clear line of sight, mixed land use until rearrangement the landscape. Next, please. Set 3. We are the 3 development refined on the one more the tentative solution issued during stage 2. And this stage spatial criteria will be determined, such as remove barriers using thorny vegetation and so on. Next, please. Stage 4, we are the communicated one of the more solution through the response design. The 1 is maintaining tree and shrubs, and 2 improving lighting, and 3 placing entertainment and commercial building, and 4 making over the alley corridor. Okay. Next part will be presented my friend is Damianus. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Next is sensibility management, policy and practice. Faulty design and inappropriate material selection and specification result in building defect. With mural, create a landscape design that provide oversight, especially in the distance to the site, point of entry and the opportunities point of entry. Next, this is the top view. Next, this is the perspective view Jalan Niaga Samping. Next, natural surveillance. We having a clear line of site and adequate lighting with an average illumination level. Next, for the access control, we bring mixed land use. Next, and to the territorial reinforcement, we have a color combination of paving block and dividing walls. Next. For the conclusion, Jalan Niaga Samping was just as the object study because of the role of the region in the battle against ALIS. Besides that, Jalan Niaga Samping corridor is a mixed-use area, office, settlement, warehouse, and shop. Overall, revitalization is expected to be able to change the imageability of Jalan Niaga Samping into a livable area. Aspect surveillance, strategy natural surveillance, general criteria, having a clear line of sight and a maximum of 6 meters, adequate lighting with an average illumination level, special criteria, remove barrier using illumination level of 15 to 20 lux, aspect accessibility, strategy natural access control, general criteria bringing mixed land use, special criteria, the environment is free from vehicle pollution and revitalized an appropriate building to become cafe or restaurant, aspect territoriality, strategy territorial reinforcements, general criteria, presenting landscape component that do not make space isolate, having a built environment maintenance and management program, as a color combination of paving block and dividing walls, special criteria, using thorny vegetation or plant, available human resources who are aware of their environment, use flagstone or hardscape, and green wall or mural art. Next, thank you for this presentation.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Wayono and Mr. Damianis. You have presented a very interesting concept regarding the vandalism prevention in our city of Surabaya. Now we again have to move to the third presenters, and I would like to invite Mr. Aziz. Is Mr. Aziz is here?
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Aziz is going to present his work titled Pilot Experiments to Analyze Indoor Thermal Comfort in Hot, Humid Climate. Of course, this is collaborative works, again, as I mentioned before, by Mr. Aziz, Mr. Kurniawan, Mr. Kawakami, Mr. Hasibi, Mr. I don't know, it's Miss Upitia, Mr. Grahenti, Mr. Ramadana, and the last is contributor is Mr. Kubota. Okay, Mr. Aziz, you have 10 minutes, and time is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, in this event, I would like to present a paper with the title of Pilot Experiment to Analyze Indoor Thermal Comfort in Hot, Humid. So thermal comfort is one of the prior knowledges that contribute to the development of the building environment, as we may know. This aspect is also one of the strongest determinants for post-occupancy evaluation in the building, specifically related to the occupants, because personally, occupant is one of the most basic elements that define the comfort itself. Thermal comfort is a state in mind that expresses a sense of satisfaction with the thermal environment. Next, please. So, moreover, thermal studies are essentials to deliver such information to which we build the amount of energy used in the building by showing the decision of occupant in controlling ambient conditioning. It is important to define the need of an appropriate energy use within. Around 50% in Indonesia is usually associated to indoor space with its HVAC system, especially in tropical Asia case with hot, humid weather. The air conditioning invention has given a dramatic increase of carbon emissions. Some research on air conditioning in Southeast Asia region has been done, resulted that hot, humid country needs to raise the temperature setting to make an efficiently reduction of energy. It is a fact that in our country, Indonesia, as a hot, humid country, we have the whole sun over the year. It is unavoidable to not use air conditioning in our building. Next, please. So we have problems and challenge, of course. First is unfortunate workers, as the subject in our research in hot, humid climate, prefer a cooler indoor temperature than 24 until 28 as the standard of national Indonesia recommend. Workers also become dependent on using a rack setup from the air conditioning in the productive periods. Otherwise, they will feel anxious, probably not productive, probably lazy all the time, something like that. As a result, the usage of HVAC is inevitable, like I mentioned before. The setting of air conditioning must arrive on a standard that meets both comfort, productivity, and efficiency. In order to do that, a comprehensive study related to the equipment's response to our indoor environment is necessary. However, the research and development intended for the control of indoor humidity in hot, humid area are fewer than the research on temperature. It is for your information that actually there is a increasing study about thermal studies for the past 7 years, and there is a few study about the thermal studies in regarding the hot, humid climate in the Indonesian context, because we have a different culture, we have a different how to use a clothing in the building, how to do the daily lives quite different, that is define the comfort, thermal comfort itself. Okay, next. So the urgency was, it is widely reported that consumption of air conditioning in the tropics environment could reach 50% of total energy consumption in the whole building. The right thermal condition is also important for enhancing productivity indoor working area, of course. Research report regarding the application of outdoor thermal comfort has been in a constant developing from linear equation to empirical and even arrived in human thermal model. But there's a big question that we have here in quite contrary. The phase of the thermal comfort indoor knowledge in tropic is nowhere because it's lacking of spatial information. So that's why we have this research place next. Research objective. First, this article is challenging the existing regulation for indoor neutral temperature indoor in Indonesia by testing physiological and psychological. Of course, there's additional about physical environment, but the main object is physiological and psychological as a representative of people living in hot, humid place in more recent time. But there is one basic rule to be a respondent that they have to be born in Indonesia and developing first 2 years of their 2 years first born in Indonesia and not going out of Indonesia for the past 2 years. By developing a model of adaptive thermal comfort, the experiment designed as a pilot survey is expected to contribute to the new knowledge for preparing further and bigger scale of experiment. Next, please. Okay, this is still the urgency. The SNI that we have now as a main regulation state that the optimum and effective thermal comfort for Indonesian is between 22 until 25. Thermal comfort provided in international standard, that is a base from that SNE that we have since 2001, show that thermal comfort is not directly affected by gender, age, nationality, geographic density of the people. This big question also. The regulation we are having is not based on the at least hot, humid climate context. So we don't have that kind of regulation that based in our context. Next, please. This is actually, would you mind to next slide, please? Okay, this is, if you can zoom in, this is actually what is it? a timeline. It is necessary actually for us to understand the thermal studies began in 1970, because to be honest, thermal studies is quite settled. A knowledge that quite settled. They have a quite a good regulation, a quite a protocol to maintain the energy within this kind of study. But it is quite contrary in Indonesia that because we have the whole comfort zone, that we don't have a winter, we don't have a summer, we don't really regulate this kind of stuff. But since 2001 by Karyono did a simple research regarding the thermal comfort, as you know. This is actually helps the SNI to develop their regulations. Next, please. So we have a methodology. This works actually involving the corporation from SYMPOSIUM, Japan, with Indonesian counterpart, Institute of Technology Bandung, and also now I'm pursuing in Hiroshima University. So there is three basic parameters that we are examining. Physical environment, of course, physiology of the subject, and psychology of the subject. Physiology would be skin temperature, psychology would be thermal sensation both, humidity sensation both, and overall satisfaction both. Okay, and next, please.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt. You've got 3 minutes left.
Okay, sorry, we are moving directly to the result in slide 12.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Okay, so would you mind to move to the slide 12? Yes. So we have a result and findings that basically this is the red line. Before we are having this diagram, we have a multi-regression analysis that emulating the insignificant parameters within the parameters involved in the experiments. So we have skin temperature and air temperature parameters with actually significant by showing probability value under the 0.001. This is showing the skin temperature and air temperature, which is 34. So 34 is kind of normal, but it's not represent the body core temperature. But this value is significant. Even if you are in the temperature setting environment in 20, you will have still around 32, 34 until 36. That is healthy condition of skin temperature. This is the right figure represent us how significant that is for this parameter to be involved. Okay, next, please. Okay, this one, we are actually also examining the psychological, which is we are giving the subject the questionnaire form after 45 minutes, giving them experience the thermal chamber that we designed. So skin temperature and also thermal sensation both. The higher temperature that we set in the the thermal chamber and also affected to the skin temperature is actually the more it's not good. The more it's not good. We using seven skills of fingers. 7 would be the best and 1 the worst. It's actually ambient temperature would be the combination of humidity and also air temperature. The thermal sensation, we can see the significant changing of sensation fold based on the temperature that we set in the room, that say that 31 is not good at all. And considering 28, surprisingly, is good enough to still to maintain productivity in the room. Okay, next please. Okay, this is the skin temperature and thermal sensation food, also ambient temperature. We can see that 28 and here is actually still a range of comfort, still a range of. This is two different analysis that we do to make sure that 28 is actually quite in our range to do, not 22. Okay, next please. Oh, okay, so this is the result and finding about the humidity. So the humidity is quite not significant at all. So it may be the error in the setting of the thermal chamber, because it's only 40% of humidity, 50% humidity, and 60% of humidity. This small range of differences makes the control in the room is quite difficult. So it's based on this questionnaire, it is not significant to the comfort of the subjects. Okay, panel. Next. Conclusion and outcome. First, the results show that 25 until 28 indoor is still appropriate for working indoor activity, and the local regulation in SNI yet applies to the new condition. But, however, respondents to feel 22 as the most comfortable ambient temperature. This information is also contributing to the minimum setting. Interestingly, humidity is not significant in providing thermal comfort, or the respondent do not quite feel the sensation. The need for measurement for the skin dryness as an additional physiology parameter is needed to reveal more results. Interval differences of humidity case will be likely to be widened for various attack. I think that will be all. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, this is a promising works by Mr. Oasis. I think there is still a lot of things could be discussed later, and obviously we can have time for that discussion. And now we have to shift to the fourth presenters, and I would like to invite Miss Amini and Ms. Miftahul to present their collaborative work titled Arrangement of the Kalimas River Tourism Area in the Nagal site of Surabaya based on waterfront development. Yes, Miss Amini and Ms. Miftahul, you have 10 minutes and time is yours. Are Ms. Amini and Ms. Miftahul here, ready for the presentation? We have a sort of technical problems here.
Sorry for the connection. Okay, test. Okay, thank you for the chance. Today, me, Karisma, and my partner, V, would like to present our journal titled Arrangement of the Kalimas River Tourism Area in the Ngagal site of Surabaya based on waterfront development. Okay, next. Okay, first, about the introduction. Rivers or Kali is natural resource which has a conservation, economic, and socio-cultural function that is very important for people's life. So, as a downstream area, automatically Surabaya is an area of abundance of water discharge from passing rivers. So, Kalimas is the main river that crosses the middle of the city of Surabaya. So, the banks Kalimas River has changed a lot due to the change in function, facade, and orientation of the building. Thus, Kalimas is currently not good as used to be. People tend to forget the river and make the river their back area. Next. So, this study aims to develop river area in Kalimas River. The arrangement of the Kalimas River seeks to preserve the river environment in sustainable city development. This research is also the way to use the potential of architecture as an agent of change in a complex world. With survey and observation, the result of this research is the recommendation of the arrangement of Kalimas River in Surabaya with the waterfront multi-pronged development approach to maximize the tourism potential in the area and increase awareness of the riverside area. Okay, next. The literature that we use is about 7 main value about waterfront development, and the next is about urban design process. We use 8 elements, and we use 5 process include analysis, synthesis, appraisal, and decision. Next. We use Clark Quay Singapore as a model. Clark Quay Singapore is one of the several conservation area in Singapore, and before the revitalization, it was very bad. There is so many fishing boats and local traders. And next, we use Kumbasari Park dan Pasar, one of the new recreational objects for the public and tourists visiting in Denpasar city. And the inspiration of this park is Cheong River in South Korea. The arrangement of the Badung River in Kumbasari Park is to inspire people to keep the river clean and not to litter. The methodology that we use is this descriptive qualitative method. The edge of the Kalimas River on the Ngagel side of Surabaya is the main object of this research, and Clark Quay, Singapore, and then Pasar Kumbasari as an previous research literature, and the model inspired to our design. And the recommendation and the answer, the problem is the main research object, which is Kalimas River on the Ngagel side of Surabaya. And the next content in this journal will present by my friends Dwi Rahayu. Presenter, next please.
Okay, next is the result and discussion. The Surabaya city government plans to develop river transportation as an effort to advance transportation in Surabaya. Kalimas River Ngagel site is one of the points that will be developed in addition to public water transportation as well as a water tourism area. The criteria are: Surabaya wants to develop public water transportation, one of which will take the road on the Kalimas River Ngagel site. The Surabaya will develop the river as tourism based on transportation. On the side of the river, Ngagel Park has been created, but it has not been integrated with the river and also the settlements of the site. We use Marcus and Mayer's process to identify problems and find recommendations, starting with the analysis, synthesis, appraisal, and decision stage. Next, please. Overview for case study. Kalimas River Ngagel site is on Ngagel Street, Surabaya. This area starts from Wonokromo Watergate to Jenggaluh Bridge. Some of the facilities include a jogging track, flower garden, and parking area. On the opposite of the Kalimas River is high-density settlement, but there is no connectivity between the settlements across the Kalimas River and the green open area on the side of Ngagel Street. So this case study can be developed and designed to become a waterfront development-based tourism and water transportation area. Next, please. The waterfront development concept is a concept that Surabaya city government wants to apply to Kalimas River Ngagel site Surabaya area. This concept also aims to increase the attractiveness of this area so that it can become a water tourism area for the people of Surabaya. First concept is proposed by increasing public area for water tourism and urban community. Second is increasing green area. 3, increasing quality of environment. Next, please. 4, good strong community. 5, developing differential character. 6. Providing a public access and transportation for water and land roads. And 7. Build public partnership. Next, please. And then we analyze using elements of urban design according to Hamid Sirfani and then given recommendation for solving existing problem. For land use, the recommendation are settlement and trade area maintained as regional characteristic and adding a green area. For building form and mass, the recommendation are the house on the west side oriented towards the river and the east side will build gazebo along the east side of the river. For circulation and parking, the recommendation are at parking area, increasing circulation pathways, and access is also integrated with the Surabaya city bus stop. For open space, the recommendation are build public area and reviving the river as a close and important part of regional activities. For signage, the recommendation is marking area, crossing, no parking, and bus stop. For pedestrian ways, the recommendations are the width of the pedestrian paths needs to be adjusted, provide ramps, repair damaged material, and provide safety fence along river banks. For activity support, the recommendation is make facility for sailing on the opposite side of the river. And the last, for the preservation, the recommendation is settlement and service area in this area still need to be maintained as part of the characteristic of water tourism area in the future with waterfront development. Next, please. Overall, elements and change to upgrade Kalimas River to waterfront development includes public facilities, nature, water-based tourism, education from the community for the community, water and land transportation, culture, community participation, and cycling and pedestrian facility. Next, please. To the conclusion for this paper, the enhancement of the riverside area must pay attention to aspect of the area's function, human aspect, and aspect of sustainability. Sustainable riverbank arrangement can be achieved through the concept of sustainability design, control of water, and development towards river. The sustainability of the riverbank area can be done by presenting an active area so that it can become the center of community activity which ultimately creates a sense of belonging. The main value in this case study are as follows: promoting greenway, improving environmental quality, and other aspects of for sustainability waterfront development. This is the presentation from us, and thank you.
Well, that's nice and very interesting presentation by Mr. Amini and Mr. Miftahul. Again, thank you very much. We've still got 2 presenters left. Now we move to the 5th, and I would like to invite Ms. Vidya Christie and Ms. Rahmanto to present their collaborative works. Are they both here, already prepared for the presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. You've got 10 minutes, and the time is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity that's been given to us. So we can present our ongoing research about the effectiveness of Jakarta's smart city application in enhancing community resilience in facing flood risk. My name is Linda, and I'm from Wageningen University and Research, Netherlands. And in this research, I'm collaborating with Adinda Smaradana from KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Sweden. Together, we are going to present our current findings in this research. Next, please. Okay, so basically this is the outline of our presentation. I will present the background and methodology, and Adinda will present the result and conclusion. Next, please. Okay. First, as we all know, Jakarta has a very long history with recurrent flood, mainly because of its geographical condition. with 40% of the city located below the sea level, and and 13 nature rivers cross the city. And these recurrent floods have affected a lot of people, predominantly people who live in the flood-prone location. In response to this, the concept of smart city has been emerging recently in the study of urban development. The smart city concept mostly is related to the advancement of technology, which on the urban scale could help tackling complex issues and improve the city resilience, especially when it's facing crisis and disaster. Based on the study from Renault, there are 4 main aspects related to the city's resilience in facing disaster. First is disaster adaptation. Second is the mitigation. The third one is the spatial management. And the last one is the technological innovation. This technological innovation actually help the city in providing valuable information and act as communication channel and give quick response to the public before, in the midst, or even after disaster happens. Next, please.
Sudah presentasinya. Tapi kayak nak tanya jawab, ngapain nangis? Hah?
I heard something. Okay. So, in the current flood risk management, when the flood happens, the government first will deploy the personnel, gain some reports about the current situation, and they also utilize some technology such as the automatic water level recorder and some CCTVs to confirm the condition in the real field. And all of this information are gathered and they are collected in the Jakarta Smart City portal, which then after that the data are being delivered to the flood monitoring application. The flood monitoring application is actually a feature in Jaki Smart City application, and it acts as early warning system. And the content that's being provided in this application are, first is the rain prediction, second is the flood gate monitoring, and the third one is some spatial data about the area that's being affected by the flood, and the fourth one is the flood history, and the last one is the refugee data. However, after looking at all of this complex data, we are questioning, can people really comprehend this set of data? And after that, we also look at the number of inhabitants in Jakarta. There are 10.5 million people who currently live in Jakarta, but only 50,000 and to 100,000 users that actually installed this application. Thus leading to much bigger question like how efficient this application actually when it comes to the early warning system in the flood risk system management in Jakarta. Next, please. From all of this background, we come up to 2 different research questions. First is how much do the inhabitants that live in Jakarta actually use the government's flood risk application? And second, how does the application help them mitigating the flooding? And to answer this question, we use 2 tools. First is the questionnaire to see how much they are familiar with the application, how they understand the function of the application, and what are the challenges that the community face when they are getting involved in these ICT projects. And the second one is the interview. We conduct the interview because we want to know the insight from the local people when they are using the application. We want to get some information about the user experience. Okay. The next section will be presented by Adin.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to explain the finding of our study. Based on the questionnaire and an interview that we conducted, some interesting findings show that many Jakarta inhabitants do not own the Jopi application and do not know that this application has a feature to inform flood activities. I'm sorry, can you move to the next slide, please? Okay, thank you. And then based on one interview, the respondent said that he was aware of this application just because it has a feature to report infrastructure issue in the neighborhood, not something related to the flood activities. The result also showed that many inhabitants still depend on social media as a resource of information related to Jakarta's flood activities. However, after being explained about the application, many respondents agree that Jaki has a potential as a source of information to mitigate disaster risk in the city. There are 4 important findings that we summarize, which are: first, people still not aware of the presence of the application and still heavily depend on a mainstream of sources, such as social media and deployed personnel in the field, as already mentioned by Linda in the second part. The second is the user application interface is not friendly enough. The third one is the data available on the application is hard to understand for general user because mainly they're talking about the technical aspect. And the last one, the application is lacking in suggestion regarding what the inhabitants need to do while the flood occurred. Next slide, please. So we move ahead to the conclusion and some recommendation from the results of the study. It could be seen that the soft application, especially Jaki, has a potential to act as a bridge between the government and the inhabitants while facing the flood activities and lessen the impact on society. This idea is in line with the aim of a smart city and resilient city approach, especially to mitigate the impact of disaster risk events by integrating disaster mitigation strategies with technological innovation. However, it could be concluded that the implementation of the smart city principle in disaster mitigation is still novel, and there are still some gaps between technology and advancement with the society. For instance, the condition where data is hard to understand by the general population. Furthermore, the application itself still doesn't have an unclear position to support Jakarta disaster mitigation strategies. Even though that the study is still ongoing and has much room for improvements, we could recommend that the government of Jakarta need to emphasize the principle of an effective early warning system based on an UNISDR to cover various aspects in disaster mitigation actions, starting from the hazard detection until how the community responds to the disaster. The application's development also needs to consider its local institutional capacity to adapt and engage in disaster mitigation actions. In conclusion, the study is expected to enrich the knowledge on how the implementation of a smart city principle is still considered as heavily focused on the advancement of the technology itself, thus disconnected from its user. Also, an understanding that a bottom-up approach would be important to enhance the participation process during a mitigation action towards a disaster risk would be beneficial to the government while developing a technology-based project in the future. And I think that is the end of our presentation for today. And we would like to say thank you very much for all your attention. And we are looking forward for having a discussion with all of the presenters. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Widya Christie and Ms. Mitalu. Sorry, Rahmanto. Yeah, it's a very interesting work actually. And I wonder whether we can, use our traditional method of communication, let's say kentongan, as compared to this very high-tech technology, because everybody familiar with it. Well, we can elaborate that later. Now we have to move to our last, the 6 presenters. I'd like to invite Mr. Setiawan. Mr. Setiawan, okay. You have 10 minutes. Time is yours, and your works are titled Designing for the Blind, Multisensory Design Approach for City Parks. Okay, you can proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Today I'm gonna share with you all the result of our paper, Designing for the Blind, Multisensory Design Approach for City Park. And this paper I collaborate with some of my friends and my mentor, Fadil, Intan, Zrotul, Miss Arina, Miss Kirami, Miss Fardila, and Mr. Kulintia. Next slide, please. To start this presentation, I'm gonna ask a simple question. Is Surabaya accessible? And based on our experience and how long we have been here in Surabaya, this might be a question that we have different answers to. And let's skip it for now and answer it later on the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. The background is, in architectural design process, the designer is obligated to create a built environment or a building that accommodates people inside it. So, designing in architecture is a shared cognitive process where the user and designer share their knowledge, share their experience to communicate and create a result that will satisfy both the designer and the user. And as a result, if the designer follows this process, it will create a design result that is on point and solve the problem quite correctly. And when we're talking about designing for the disabled, especially the blind people, some places in Indonesia, or shall I say mostly, they still don't quite solve the problem about inclusivity in public facilities. They only put the standards of elements that support the blind people. They don't really talk to the blind people on how should a public facility be designed to. Next slide, please. And this for this paper, we went to Taman Bungkul or Bungkul Park, and these are some of the pictures I highlighted. The picture on the top left shows a ramp, but it is too steep for wheelchair users to step on. Picture on the lower left is a playground, but it's too complicated for blind people and wheelchair user. Picture on the top right is one of the older and one of the blind people walking on the amphitheater of the park. And you can see that there is no guiding blocks, there is no railing, and it is too wide, too vast for a blind people to walk without assistance. And picture on the lower left is same part, is still on the amphitheater, but only from different angle. Next slide, please. The methodology used on this paper is atmosphere method modules and users' everyday life method developed by Hoffman. Put simply, this method is where the participants are observed to raise designers' awareness and reaching common ground of understanding by recording and observing the participants' detailed daily life. In this case, the authors as the designers observe and record the daily life of the blind people in order to understand what do they need in designing a public facility such as a city park. And although this paper talks about a city park, the design process covers a lot more than just a city park. So we started, if you can see the map here, we started at a shopping mall. Then we proceed to use the public facilities such as crossing bridge, and we use public transport twice. The first one is Surabaya bus, and the second one is the usual public transportation, or shall we say angkot. And then we arrive at the Taman Bungkul, and on this whole process, we record, we ask, we observe how the blind people react to the environment. And I put here two images that I want to highlight. The first one on the left is when the blind people and the authors are walking on the crossing bridge, and I put red on the red color on the steel pole on the stairs because the blind person feels that those poles are interfering with their activities, because they have to put their hands on the railing, and it's a stair, so they don't use the walking stick so often on stairs. They have to rely on the railing, but the existence of the pole kind of interfere them with their activities. And so is the tree on the picture on the right. Next slide, please. And these are my findings. These are our findings. We asked not only blind people, but we also asked one of the authors to pose as a blind person, so that we can have two different outcomes and findings from both perspectives, the real blind people and the fake blind people. The first, there are a lot of questions. The first question is, we asked what is a city, what is a park for both of them, and so on. We can conclude that from the answers from the answers here, the blind person, we expected something more elaborate, something more detailed about how do they respond to the environment, but turns out their answer is not really require high knowledge to solve. They only need simple and common sense to make a environment that is supportive by them. And according to Boyce, disabled people are often subject to a taken for granted assumption that think they are in need of the help of the others. They are a minority, and they have to bear their burden of their medical conditions. They don't see people with disability aren't seen as a normal human being. They are seen as someone who constantly need help. So that's why people often think that to solve a inclusivity problem in public facility, we require big change, we require grand design, but turns out we actually don't need any of that to create an environment that supports disabled people to do their activities comfortably. Next slide, please. And from the findings from the tables, we decided several design criteria. First one is rooms should not be made into a labyrinth because because blind people depends on memories, and it is recommended to use perpendicular rooms to prevent disorientation, change of angle as a clue when they navigate through the environment, and floor materials with acoustic feedback, because when blind people walk, they use walking stick, they constantly knock on the floor. So if we use material that don't echo back quite well, it will be hard for them to navigate around the environment. And the fourth criteria is clear signage, such as maybe sound-based signage or clear color different material usage for the low vision. And fifth criteria is avoid movable furniture, because blind people navigate, they rely quite hard on their memory of their environment. So if we, for example, we move a certain objects in their environment without prior notice to them, it will be hard to them because they rely heavily on their memory to navigate their surroundings. And the last one is objects with certain aroma can be a sign of information. For example, if we put fragrant plants on the entrance, it will make them easier to locate where is the entrance of a public facility. And from this criteria, next slide please, we tried to design the Taman Bungkul into a more accessible place for the blind people. And as I said earlier, the solution proposed is not a total redesign of the Bungkul Park. It is simply focused on the amphitheater because it is the place that almost everyone can come to, quite different from the skate park and the playing ground. The amphitheater can accommodate a lot of people, and actually a lot of people come there, but it's not very accessible, so we try to focus our redesign on that aspect of the park. Point A shows the usage of railing and ramp into the entrance. Point B shows the usage of aromatic plants to sign that here is the entrance. And point C shows that on the amphitheater, originally they only have one kind of material on the floor, but we try to make it on the different materials leveling on the amphitheater floor. That will be shown on the next slide. Yeah, next slide, please. And this is the closer look into the amphitheater. Point D shows the use of water fountain to use the effect of the sound to make the blind people know that, oh, this is the amphitheater. And the closer they are to the fountain, the closer they are to the center of the amphitheater. And point E shows railing. Point F shows the difference of material I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Now, this is the material difference that we actually designed. So we designed that the whole amphitheater have three levels of floor roughness that get more rough as they walk to the center. The first one is the redstone paving, that is the existing material. And the first material is smooth paving, moving to the second one is herringbone, and to the gravel concrete. These three materials act as a sign for the blind people that they are moving towards the center. The more they are moving towards the center, the more rough the floor will be. And next slide. This is the circulation pattern on the amphitheater. We provide a clear circulation way that doesn't have any difference on the floor texture because there are wheelchair users too, and if we create a floor with a lot of texture difference, it will be hard for wheelchair users to navigate around the environment. Next slide, please. And the conclusion is user experience is important in designing towards a better future. In designing, especially where in the place where humans live in it. In this context, we're talking about public facility in a country in Indonesia. The user experience plays a critical role in determining whether the result will be good or not. With user experience taken into account in designing, not only the design result will be on point, it will also act as a proof that Indonesia as a country really put their citizens' wants and needs on priority in designing the public facility, not only just for standards. Hence, a better future for Indonesia. I think that's everything for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. It's very inspiring works by Mr. Setiawan, and I see that you have acknowledged a very basic concept where different person has different ability, and therefore we have to appreciate these differences. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we come to an end of our presentation session, and now we have to move to the second phase of this session, which is discussion. All presenters in the session already will elaborate their ideas, concepts, and findings within the framework of globalization, advancement of information, communication, and technology, and of course, the social and cultural change. And this is to explore whether architecture can be an agent of change, as the symposium's topic addressed, or whether the idea, concept, or these findings are specific for a particular context, or they can serve as a model that can reach a wider audience and thus contribute to a better society and living. I have some question, and this will go to all presenters. We all know that all of the works you have been presented here in this symposium are context sensitive, meaning that the findings are derived from a specific location in Indonesia particularly. Do you think that the case you bring here could be regarded as a specific and only apply to Indonesian context, or this can be a model that can cover wider application? That's my question. Then, as I mentioned earlier, this will go to all the centers. And I will start from the topic of urban design, meaning this will go to Mr. Wahyon and Mr. Damianus, Mr. Amini, Miss Amini, and Miss Miftahul, and of course the last is it goes to Mr. Setiawan. Yes, I would like to hear your opinion about this. Again, whether the thing that you have been doing is a very specific to that particular location, and again, can we transform this idea into a more general model where we can have a model that can cover wider audience or wider application? Yes, Mr. Wahyon and Mr. Damianus, can you please give your opinion?
Okay.
In response to my question.
Okay, I will give opinion for my presentation. Basically, natural surveillance, territorial reinforcement and access control have had make up people change when the people into the area, people feel the experience different than past. This area basically is the rubbish place, and many graffiti in this area. For example, specifically the street at Corridor Back Alley located in Kota Lama Surabaya, and the corridor it was unsafe because the were deserted. So this corridor was dangerous place to walk and the life. It's become covered with graffiti and literally garbage and human waste, and women had to get together in group. Basically, the design is how to maintain the tree and shrub in this area, improve lighting, and placing entertainment and commercial building. And we get some place, some building, no functional building in this area, but we revitalize to placing entertainment and commercial building. We have make up the local economic and improve social and culture in this area.
Yeah, actually, my question is, what is the most thing that you regard as a characteristic of the place, and then you think that your strategy in this case, the way that you try to manage the corridor, is accommodate to this requirement. So the first thing that you have to describe maybe what is the most specific feature of the place, and then you come to a conclusion that this strategy is fit with the requirements.
The requirement is basically in the requirement is the what's such as we having a clear line sets a maximum of 6 meters for general criteria from adopt in this area. And second, adequate lighting with an average illumination level. And the third, bringing in the mixed land use. For example, the experiment is free from the physical pollution and the revitalized inappropriate building and become cafe or restaurant. And the requirement 3, we bring a presenting landscape component that don't make a space isolate. And the 4th require having a built environment maintenance and management program for the people there. And the 6th has requirement 6 and has a color combination of the paving block and defining walls. For example, we present the use of flagstone hardscapes in the floor, and the green wall or mural art in the wall. Yes.
Do you think that your proposal, your strategy is can be applied to another context? Would that be possible?
Sorry?
Is your proposal
Yeah.
Can your proposal be applied to another context? For example, another place or another corridors? How do you think about it? Or your proposal is only specific for that place?
Okay.
Yeah.
The proposal basically how to revitalize, how to making over the corridor. The way is bringing general criteria and requirement to the making over area and the revitalized area.
If I want to use your proposal and apply it to another place, is that okay?
Yes, I think it's
okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I already get the point. And now I'm trying to explore this topic to Ms. Aminin and Ms. Miftahu. Yeah, do you think that your proposal is very specific to the place because you're trying to compare the one that already developed in Korea and also in Denpasar, Bali?
Yeah, of course. We think that the concept can be adapt in other area because we also adapt the other concept in other country like Singapore and in the city of Denpasar. We use the concept of in waterfront development itself that value water resource more than before.
So what the things that make it unique then? Because if we have something that we are going to propose, have have a very general characteristic, then it would not be a unique proposal.
Okay, I will add an explanation for our paper. In this paper, we use concept sustainability waterfront development. In your case, we apply it to location in Surabaya with specific characteristic like social, geographic, and others. But this can be applied to location with the same problems and design like concept increasing green area, increasing quality of environment, build strong community, and other aspects for sustainable waterfront development. But of course, in other location must be adjusting with characteristic at that location for that research. That's it.
Yeah, can you name or mention some of the specific features of Surabaya, which is in this case then which in this case you put it as a basis for your proposal. You can name some of them, some of the specific features of Surabaya. Can you follow me?
Yes. For Surabaya, we use concept for like specific case is social.
Yes. Can you name it specifically? What social characteristic which contribute to the proposal?
In this case, we make recommendation for society like settlements and providing public partnership. So
maybe it's about how we handle the society, like the waterfront requirement indicator. So the people that in the Kali River, Kalimas, can use the development as social, like use with the boat, and they can make money with that, and after that we use tabebuya trees in our park waterfront. So I think that's one of the way we use Surabaya, and some of the motif to the park, like something like that, I think.
Yeah, okay. I've got information about some of the specific behavior of Surabaya people. They tend to consider that river is a backyard, is a back of their house. So they won't think that they have to do more about it. Yeah, we just throw things to the river. So how do you manage this kind of characteristic? Because it's quite distinct, it's different, and of course we cannot just apply this kind of controlling people to other country, which are more disciplines. The way they live is characterized by a very disciplined behavior. Do you have a specific strategy for this?
For back, for us to river, in our case, we make recommendation for house that make river as back house. Like the house on the west side is oriented towards the river, either as home yards or make it as culinary areas. And for the east side, we build gazebos along the east side of the river for public community or public activity. So we can make active area along opposite river. I think like that.
Right. Okay. So again, my question is that the proposal, I mean, the model that you propose can again be applied specifically for the region in Surabaya, and also can be used to handle or tackle problems to other places. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I think I agree.
Okay. Again, I think in this discussion, I'm trying to explore whether your findings, your idea, or your concept, as I mentioned earlier, is a very, very context sensitive, meaning that these findings can only be applied to particular place. And I'm trying to raise a question whether this specific solution actually can be used to a wider audience, because we are talking about whether the built environment can be an agent of change, not only to specific place, but can also be used for other places as well. Well, I'm trying to explore this concept to Mr. Setiawan. Do you have any idea about this? Because if we are talking about blind people, we are talking actually the same characteristic which may perhaps, I think, do not different from one place, one country to another in terms of their physical disability. Do you think that any particular thing that should be responded when you're trying to propose your project in Surabaya?
If we're talking about the particular design proposal in the paper I presented, I think the the design proposal can be applied to another place, another country, as long as they put user experience into consideration when designing. And again, if we're talking about the specific proposal that I presented earlier, I think, yeah, it still can be applied because our design proposal is quite, it's pretty general, and it doesn't have to be really specific to solve the problem of blind people in public facilities. So I do agree that the design proposal can be applied into many places, not only in Surabaya, not only in Taman Bungkul.
So you state that the people with this ability will have similar experience, which do not different from one place to another.
Yeah, I will not say that it is similar or the same because human experience cannot be generalized. But I think to some extent they will share some kind of experience. For example, I think all of the blind people will find it difficult when they don't have guiding blocks on the road. I think things like that should be shared by all the blind people, but we cannot generalize people experience on certain places.
Yeah, can you name another strategy? You mentioned about the what do you call it? It's a blind something. It's guiding block. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you mention another strategy apart from that? Because you think that this the only thing that these blind people share.
Maybe. Aside from guiding blocks, the usage of railings, also the usage of correct floor material, the radius of the place. A public facility should not be too fast, too wide, because it will interrupt with blind people navigation. And yeah, I think any other than that will be specific to each person.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Setiawan. And the same question also goes to Ms. Vidya Christie and Ms. Sorry, I forgot your collaborative partner. Yeah, what do you think about it? Do you think that the application used there works specifically for Jakarta or Indonesian people? Because if I'm not mistaken, the people there is not familiar with that application.
Thank you for the question, Pamura. I think for me it's also very interesting and intriguing question actually, because at first when we started this research, we actually looked at the gap between the people understanding and the technological innovations. So we started from something that really broad, not something really specific actually, but we are trying to look at the local context, which is something that mostly people are more related. So we are looking at the Jakarta smart city because it's one of the cities in Indonesia that already apply the concept. And when we are trying to reflect the concept of smart city in other developed countries, such as like Japan, when they are talking about the flood risk mitigation, they have like a very advanced technology, and the people already know about the technology. So when they got the message, when they got the information about, when there's like an alarm or something, they already understand what it's all about. But here, maybe people are more familiar with the kontongan things rather than looking at the application first, even though the application is more accurate. So we are trying to look at the gap, and I think we actually selected Indonesia and Jakarta for the context because we know that every country has its own character, and we want to try to look into a little bit into the future, because we know that this technology will come to us whether sooner or later, and we want to at least know what is the basic problem in here, because no matter when people, invest a lot of technology, let's say in architecture, if they have like, let's say like monitoring system where the people in the building know how much the energy they consume, doesn't necessarily mean that the people actually are going to use it, because they don't know. And that's what we are trying to look like. Maybe there's like a gap somewhere between there, and we are trying to cover that. Maybe I didn't want to add some information about that.
Yeah, at this point, do you have any knowledge about what people of Jakarta actually observe the flag itself? Sorry, there is something.
I'm sorry, Pak Muro, I cannot hear the
Something
question.
that's interfere our conversation. Yeah, at this point, do you have any knowledge about how Jakarta peoples of Jakarta actually observe the flood? How do you think about the flood, and how they actually behave in responding to this kind of condition?
Okay, so at first, when we tried to collecting the data about what the people of Jakarta really thinks about the flood activities, some of the people really think that flood is not really a big problem, because it is something that has happened and occur frequently. It always happened every single year, and then like for example for this year in 2020, in the early of this year there were already three times of the flood events, so they don't really think that it's kind of like a big problems. But like as any other people in the world, they want to really like lessening the impact caused by the flood activities, especially when it is related to their housing and then related to their social activities. But then, as Linda also already mentioned before, people in Jakarta is still really heavily depend on social media, or as Pak Mura also mentioned before, also dependent on the kantongan, or maybe like the personnel that is deployed in the river basin area. But and maybe our study is kind of like trying to give an insight that maybe the implementation of an advanced technology, such as using a specific application for make people understand the flood activities that going to be occurred, is not really going to be worked effectively, because like the government of Jakarta is not really socialized this application further, because like based on our study there are so many people that doesn't really understand about the JAPI application. And maybe for like in the better improvement of this smart city application in Jakarta, the government really need to understand the capacity, and maybe they really need to like elaborate more with the social media technology, not just like have to heavily depend on the JAKI application. So I think that is something that we can found based on our study, and what the Jakarta people really think about how can the application help them to mitigate the impact.
Do you think that the people will be ready in the near future?
That's a really hard question, because we don't really think about that at our
Because
perspective.
again, my question is whether this application is effective or not. Because Mother Nature is always tell the truth. Actually, when the sky is full of cloud, then it's indicate that the heavy rain will fall. We maybe not always require this kind of high tech things.
Well, there's always like two sides of coins, right? So there's always like there's an easy way, but there's also like the technology itself actually helps with the accuracy level, things like that. So when sometimes we really believe in our sense, like when it starts raining heavily, it will be flooding soon. But there are some research going on, and there are some science behind that, and it's more accurate. So sometimes when you rely on the technology, looking at the application really maybe help you in understanding whether, not only whether it's going to be flooding or not, but also looking at like how damaging it is, or other kind of impact that may happen because of the flood. Like in Japan, they don't really, they don't really just telling that there will be floods. but they have like some sort of like leveling there. So they have like, this is only for alarming, and after that they have like, you have to evacuate, and those kind of things are not things that you can understand from just sensing from the nature.
Yes, thank you very much. And then the pro cons about smart cities remains. Yeah, I think we are if we are talking about smart city, we are not we do not think that the cities need to be smart. I think the people of the city need to be smarter. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it's
Again,
a long homework.
And I think I have to shift to the last. Yeah, it's again the same question apply, and then this goes to Mr. Aziz. Do you think that from the standpoint of building science, is there also any specific response given by Indonesian peoples in terms of thermal comfort? We do realize that this goes this way, but can you give your opinion about that?
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Nura. The answer is actually two, yes and no. So yes is for Indonesian context, which is that is including physiology, basic activity, clothing, and etc. And no for climate context, because we were talking about the context of a hot, humid climate, which is totally not reliable if we apply it to subtropical context. So for Indonesian context, it is a big yes. It's not a really big yes, but yes, we can apply this to the whole segment of region in Indonesia, because basically we have the same physiology condition of the body, human body condition, because it is related to the capability of vasoconstriction and vasodilation, which is radiated the heat out of the body. So that is the what is it? The same features that probably apply to region, because if you're talking about the physiology of Indonesia, it would be quite the same, but it is not at all if we were talking about climate context, because of course subtropical and climate tropical will be whole different. They have a quiet polar to polar condition, let's say winter and summer, autumn, and also spring. So yes, there is two answer, Professor, yes and no. No,
yes. What do you think? To the best of my knowledge, people keeps using the ASHRAE comfort standard. Yeah, even though probably they already have their own standard. Why do they keep using that kind of standard? They already had it. Do you think that is significant in developing that particular standard, human comfort standard for specific place?
I think it is big necessary, I guess. I'm not representing the whole team, but in my personal argument was because if we may know that Indonesia having a huge development of economics, there is huge changing in building and activity in Indonesia, and yet the standard that we have is based on the subtropical region, which is completely different. For example, the SNI that we have now is controlling that the comfort zone, comfort range is around 22 and 25. But based on this research, we could know that 28 is still appropriate. And this huge difference of 3 degrees is quite big. If you're talking about the whole energy consumption in the building, which is cover about 50%, as I mentioned before, and you can imagine how big that is if the development is ongoing on this kind of pattern, and we're not ready for this kind of regulation based on our context. So I think this is very necessary and important to the development of economics in Indonesia, Professor. Thank you.
Yeah, do you have any reference which which are able to tell us that this kind of development actually significant in the world over context, for example, in terms of energy?
I think, well, the HVAC, of course, it's almost always are the most energy consumption, big energy consumption in the whole building. This is this example is actually all over the places. For example, Indonesia and also subtropical Japan, HVAC is always the one that has to be controlled because it's related to the activity inside of the building. It's related to productivity of the human inside of the building. So I think it makes sense that the HVAC is one of the most big consumerism in the electrical aspect in the building. So because that is most important, we have to control it. We have to make the best research out of this in a very specific context in Indonesia. We have to start to research based in our own context, which is that is important. Yes.
Well, it's a very good answer. Thank you very much again, Mr. Aziz.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Now we have to move to Mr. Sani. Yeah, Mr. Sani tried to compare how is the indoor air quality in I'm not talking about traditional house. I'm talking about house in the kampungs. Yeah, as opposed to the one in modern apartments. Yeah, do you think that this modern establishment will represent what actually the best design strategy that we have to adopt in terms of course, indoor air quality?
Thank you for the question, Professor Ontrama. So that's an interesting question actually, because in reality, a vertical housing or like apartment building is not a really suitable, how can I say, urban houses for maybe people of Indonesia, because a lot of people of Indonesia tend to prefer landed houses like the one in kampung, where maybe you can open or you can have better cross ventilation, you can have better, like in so many ways. But currently, because we are short in land, or maybe the price of land is also increasing, a lot of developer or a lot of people tend to move to this apartment building, especially in a big city. So when the question is the design of the vertical building suitable for indoor quality, the answer would be no, because a lot of this building or this apartment tend to have like minimum rate of ventilation. That's why this indoor air quality research or study is important to see how is the current condition of this indoor air quality of apartment, and how to improve this, let's say, not really good indoor air quality condition of apartment. Yeah, maybe that's from me.
Yeah, if you make that statement, so what is actually the necessity that we have to go to that direction? Yeah, trying to offer something which is actually do not fit with our daily requirements. Why we should build the vertical housing, the apartments?
Apartment is, how can I say, maybe that's reflect to the needs and the, how can I say, the ability of the society itself. Based on what we maybe learned, that currently the price of land is increasing day by day, but not a lot of, and the number of people move from urban area to the from let's say, how can I say, less urban area, move to the city, increasing day by day also, where the cities tend to get crowded, and the urban houses availability is also decreasing also in the city. That's why a lot of, how can I say, a lot of people tend to have no option rather than, okay, because my current, how can I say, ability is not enough to buy landed houses. So the possible one is these vertical houses. And it's good to, how can I say, to tackle the needs of the people that they need houses, because houses is one of the things that human needs to live with. And the condition where we don't have option that, how can I say, our ability cannot support or we cannot move the landed houses and we have to live in the vertical houses. That's why this indoor air quality study, it's important, because some people who doesn't have choice, that they have to live in this not quite good indoor quality condition, they need to find how to improve their indoor air quality condition to, how can I say, to have, let's say, maybe similar or maybe better indoor air quality compared to the one in landed houses. Maybe that's one.
Yeah, so do you agree if I'm trying to make a statement that in the name of land scarcity, thing that will be experienced by, every big city everywhere in the world, then if we have to try to accommodate into the project or apartment, then we will sacrifice our own health.
In
so
a
the
way,
poorest people will not have that, choice. Yeah.
In a way, it is. In a way, it is. But that's why we have to, how can I say, it's our job also as an architect that we have to, let's say, come up with a strategy or with a better design of this vertical building that will, how can I say, affect in the health, affect our health, or affect the occupant health in the most possible, like less risk.
Right. Okay. I think that's the thing that we will have to consider later. Yeah, I'm afraid that we are approaching end of our first, session of this symposium. And again, I would like to thank you, all of the presenters, for giving us insight, regarding any topics that you already been addressed today. And I'm also have to apologize for, it seems that so many questions raised by the audience, and I hope that you, the presenters, could try to answer this directly to the audience, if the method is available, of course. I'm trying to make some conclusion from this discussion, that we can see that even those the ideas, concept, and findings that are given by this presenter, representing a specific concept of the place, yes, again, but these findings actually can be extended and generalized to cover wider audience. But of course, there is some caution about it, because not all of the things that is particularly general could easily be applied in the particular context. So this meaning that all this finding can be regarded, as a agent of change, because the idea could contribute to better environment, to better society. And again, thank you very much for sharing, your insight to this discussion. I think that's it. Thank you very much for the audience, and I would like to you all to give a round of applause to all these presenters, excellent presenters, for their excellent presentation. Thank you very much. And now I hand it over to Bu Faiz.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Pak Ngurah. Well, thank you, Pak Ngurah, for moderating the panel, the parallel session, so that we have an interesting talk and have reached conclusion of our parallel session today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to have a photo session to capture this wonderful moment. And to all presenter, as well the moderator, please click raise hand button on your screen so that your video can be spotted at the top of the Zoom screen. And to all participants, please turn your camera on. We will start to capture in a few seconds. Well, I'll check. We have 8 slides actually. And I will start to count down. Okay, be ready for slide 1. Three, 2, 1, cheese. Slide 2. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Slide 3. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, slide 4. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Well, slide 5. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, slide 6. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Slide 7. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Okay. And the last slide. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next co-session, the panel session, I would like to inform you that we will have a break time for 1.5 hours. We encourage that the audience can rejoin this Zoom meeting room at least 5 minutes before 1 p.m. Thank you. Please have a break time.
Distinguished Professor Muhammad Asari, Rector of ITS. Distinguished Professor
arsitektur ITS itu kan punya banyak sekali kelebihan ya. Misalnya kita punya prestasi-prestasi yang banyak, itu sudah sejak dulu. Terus kemudian kita juga mempunyai lengkap S1, S2, PPR dan juga S3. Kemudian kita juga banyak berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi di dalam ataupun di luar negeri. Kita punya 5 alur di sini, 5 rumpun mata kuliah. Yang pertama itu adalah perumahan pemukiman, kemudian yang kedua adalah teori sejarah dan kritik arsitektur, kemudian yang ketiga itu adalah perancangan arsitektur. Ini yang merupakan core dari pendidikan arsitektur sendiri, yang mensupport mahasiswa baik dari dasar perancangan arsitektur 1 sampai kemudian studio arsitektur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan tugas akhir. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah sains bangunan, sains arsitektur dan teknologi bangunan. Ini juga banyak hal yang dibicarakan di sini, misalnya juga tentang akustik, tentang lighting dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang terakhir itu adalah perancangan kota. Jadi mahasiswa juga diajarkan bagaimana teori-teori dan juga hal-hal yang mengenai perancangan kota.
Awalnya itu tahun 1965, pada tanggal 1 September, arsitektur didirikan oleh dosen-dosen senior kita, dan waktu itu muridnya sekitar 62 orang yang diterima pertama kali masuk. Dan semua itu sudah tersebar di mana-mana, mengajar maupun menjadi profesional arsitek, dan sudah banyak kemajuan yang dicapai dari saat itu sampai sekarang. Masih banyak A1 itu yang berkiprah di lapangan.
Perancangan arsitektur itu menuntut kita terlibat dalam situasi berkomunikasi dengan berbagai pihak. Selain juga punya satu tempat untuk bisa merenungkan atau menggali apa yang kita pikirkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang fasilitas di pendidikan arsitektur, yang utama adalah studio. Ya, karena itu adalah tempat yang secara tradisi mulai sekolah arsitektur itu ada, dia juga ada. Jadi tempat di mana dia bisa berkomunikasi dengan banyak orang.
Arsitektur sendiri itu adalah sebuah bidang yang sangat abstrak. Dia adalah sebuah bidang yang membahas banyak hal dan mengeksplorasi banyak hal. Jadi di ITS saya mempelajari untuk bagaimana saya mengaplikasikan dan mentranslasikan konsep-konsep itu menjadi sesuatu yang aplikatif di dunia nyata.
Hal yang menarik di dalam pendidikan arsitektur, dia selalu bersifat kontekstual. Jadi kearifan lokal menjadi komponen penting di dalam perletakan acuan sebuah ide. Seperti karena itulah yang membedakan nanti arsitektur dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Itu sehingga interaksi antar orang yang menjadi salah satu komponen dari revolusi industri 4.0 itu adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kita bisa bekerja dengan stakeholder yang lainnya secara baik, dan itu menjadi penting dan diajarkan di Departemen Arsitektur ITS.
The local culture in Surabaya city, it was very, very different from the culture at home, and it was not, for me at least, it was not so difficult to become acquainted with the culture, the people. The people are very friendly and helpful, so if you ask for help, they would definitely come to your aid, and maybe if you don't ask for help, they would also be willing to help you. And getting around in Surabaya city, it also was not difficult, so even if you don't know a place or you don't know exactly where you're going, you can use Google Maps and you can pay online. And that is quite safe because Surabaya is also one of the safest cities in the world. I really enjoyed coming to classes, and most of the lectures, it was mainly based on presentations, which was quite different from what I know at home. We do presentations at home, but here it was the bulk of most of the evaluation that you would have done. And that was one of the most interesting things because you get the chance to get rid of some of your stage fright or your communication with other people, and also being vulnerable so people could give you good critiques or good ideas on your work. And the general atmosphere on campus, it was very, it was very boosting toward my learning experience and surrounding yourself with your classmates and friends.
Jadi ikatan alumni harus bisa menjahit itu semua. Jadi ikatan alumni ada IAI, ada kampus ya. Ikatan alumni itu bayangan saya ya, harapannya bisa menjahit. Oh, mahasiswa ini hebat di sini, hebat di sini. Oh, profesi ini jago di sini, ini ya dijahit. Segala sesuatu itu dilihat bagaimana solve the problems, memecahkan masalah. Lalu melihatnya bukan lagi sebagai masalah, tapi sebuah challenge untuk dirubah atau diselesaikan menjadi punya manfaat untuk orang banyak. Apa sih yang kita buat dan untuk siapa yang kita buat gitu. Jadi mindsetnya sudah berpikir lagi ke arah basic. Arsitek ini mendesain untuk siapa dan untuk apa gitu. Yang dulunya kita hanya bangunan, mendesain bangunan dan concern ke dalamnya, sekarang justru dipaksa harus juga memperhatikan ruang luar.
Kalau prestasi, sebetulnya mahasiswa kita hampir setiap tahun dan setiap saat itu banyak sekali yang mempunyai prestasi-prestasi baik nasional, lokal, dan juga internasional. Jadi misalnya semacam future art, kemudian juga mahasiswa memenangkan kejuaraan-kejuaraan yang dilaksanakan oleh baik itu dalam negeri ataupun dari luar negeri, itu banyak sekali. Tetapi yang jelas kita baik itu S1, S2 dan S3 kita mempunyai akreditasi yang sudah bagus, A semuanya. Jadinya itu saya rasa juga akreditasi itu adalah perwujudan dari prestasi-prestasi yang dimiliki baik oleh mahasiswa, dosen ataupun tendik yang ada di sini.
Harapan saya pada Departemen Arsitektur ITS ke depannya adalah untuk selalu menjadi yang paling depan dalam usaha untuk mengembangkan, mengeksplorasi, dan membawa teori arsitektur ke ranah-ranah yang jauh lebih menarik lagi yang tidak pernah digapai sebelumnya.
Jadi kalau melihat Departemen Arsitektur sebagai sebuah institusi, dia memang memiliki tridharma. Perguruan tinggi itu satu sebagai lembaga yang memberikan pelayanan pendidikan, kemudian yang kedua adalah penelitian atau riset, dan terakhir adalah pengabdian pada masyarakat. Jadi sebagai sebuah elemen dari perguruan tinggi tidak terlepas kita punya kewajiban untuk membagikan apapun yang kita miliki atau telah kita capai kepada masyarakat yang ada di sekitar kita. Kalau Pak Eko Prawoto bilangnya ada silent client. Silent client itu kan berarti selain kita bertugas kepada klien, kepada project, juga sebetulnya apa yang kita lakukan ini, kalau kita punya rasa empati, sebetulnya kita itu mengabdi kepada kebudayaan. Jadi apa yang kita buat sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap kebudayaan berikutnya. Apa yang kita kerjakan sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap zaman berikutnya gitu. Jadi ini sebetulnya ya tugas bersama lah, bukan hanya dosen tapi juga dari profesian. Mungkin jika kita bekerja sama kita bisa tetap menjaga karena kan raw materialnya dari profesi arsitek ya dari kampus, dari mahasiswa.
Institute Technology Sepul Napemba, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus. ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
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 University of Heroes.
Arsitektur ITS itu kan punya banyak sekali kelebihan ya. Misalnya kita punya prestasi-prestasi yang banyak, itu sudah sejak dulu. Terus kemudian kita juga mempunyai lengkap S1, S2, PPR dan juga S3. Kemudian kita juga banyak berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi di dalam ataupun di luar negeri. Kita punya 5 alur di sini, 5 rumpun mata kuliah. Yang pertama itu adalah perumahan pemukiman, kemudian yang kedua adalah teori sejarah dan kritik arsitektur, kemudian yang ketiga itu adalah perancangan arsitektur. Ini yang merupakan core dari pendidikan arsitektur sendiri, yang mensupport mahasiswa baik dari dasar perancangan arsitektur 1 sampai kemudian studio arsitektur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan tugas akhir. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah sains bangunan, sains arsitektur dan teknologi bangunan. Ini juga banyak hal yang dibicarakan di sini, misalnya juga tentang akustik, tentang lighting dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang terakhir itu adalah perancangan kota. Jadi mahasiswa juga diajarkan bagaimana teori-teori dan juga hal-hal yang mengenai perancangan kota.
Awalnya itu tahun 1965, pada tanggal 1 September, arsitektur didirikan oleh dosen-dosen senior kita, dan waktu itu muridnya sekitar 62 orang yang diterima pertama kali masuk. Dan semua itu sudah tersebar di mana-mana, mengajar maupun menjadi profesional arsitek, dan sudah banyak kemajuan yang dicapai dari saat itu sampai sekarang. Masih banyak A1 itu yang berkiprah di lapangan.
Perancangan arsitektur itu menuntut kita terlibat dalam situasi berkomunikasi dengan berbagai pihak. Selain juga punya satu tempat untuk bisa merenungkan atau menggali apa yang kita pikirkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang fasilitas di pendidikan arsitektur, yang utama adalah studio. Ya, karena itu adalah tempat yang secara tradisi mulai sekolah arsitektur itu ada, dia juga ada. Jadi tempat di mana dia bisa berkomunikasi dengan banyak orang.
Arsitektur sendiri itu adalah sebuah bidang yang sangat abstrak. Dia adalah sebuah bidang yang membahas banyak hal dan mengeksplorasi banyak hal. Jadi di ITS saya mempelajari untuk bagaimana saya mengaplikasikan dan mentranslasikan konsep-konsep itu menjadi sesuatu yang aplikatif di dunia nyata.
Hal yang menarik di dalam pendidikan arsitektur, dia selalu bersifat kontekstual. Jadi kearifan lokal menjadi komponen penting di dalam perletakan acuan sebuah ide. Seperti itu. Karena itulah yang membedakan nanti arsitektur dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Itu sehingga interaksi antar orang yang menjadi salah satu komponen dari revolusi industri 4.0 itu adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kita bisa bekerja dengan stakeholder yang lainnya secara baik, dan itu menjadi penting dan diajarkan di Departemen Arsitektur ITS.
The local culture in Surabaya city, it was very, very different from the culture at home, and it was not, for me at least, it was not so difficult to become acquainted with the culture, the people. The people are very friendly and helpful, so if you ask for help, they would definitely come to your aid, and maybe if you don't ask for help, they would also be willing to help you. And getting around in Surabaya city, it also was not difficult, so even if you don't know a place or you don't know exactly where you're going, you can use Google Maps and you can pay online. And that is quite safe because Surabaya is also one of the safest cities in the world. I really enjoyed coming to classes, and most of the lectures, it was mainly based on presentations, which was quite different from what I know at home. We do presentations at home, but here it was the bulk of most of the evaluation that you would have done. And that was one of the most interesting things because you get the chance to get rid of some of your stage fright or your communication with other people, and also being vulnerable so people could give you good critiques or good ideas on your work. And the general atmosphere on campus, it was very, it was very boosting toward my learning experience and surrounding yourself with your classmates and friends.
Jadi ikatan alumni harus bisa menjahit itu semua. Jadi ikatan alumni ada IAI, ada kampus ya. Ikatan alumni itu bayangan saya harapannya bisa menjahit, oh mahasiswa ini hebat di sini, oh profesi ini jago di sini, ya dijahit. Segala sesuatu itu dilihat bagaimana solve the problems, memecahkan masalah, lalu melihatnya bukan lagi sebagai masalah tapi sebuah challenge untuk dirubah atau diselesaikan menjadi punya manfaat untuk orang banyak. Apa sih yang kita buat dan untuk siapa yang kita buat gitu. Jadi mindsetnya sudah berpikir lagi ke arah basic. Arsitek ini mendesain untuk siapa dan untuk apa gitu. Yang dulunya kita hanya bangunan, mendesain bangunan dan concern ke dalamnya, sekarang justru dipaksa harus juga memperhatikan ruang luar.
Kalau
prestasi, sebetulnya mahasiswa kita hampir setiap tahun dan setiap saat itu banyak sekali yang mempunyai prestasi-prestasi baik nasional, lokal, dan juga internasional. Jadi misalnya semacam future art, kemudian juga mahasiswa memenangkan kejuaraan-kejuaraan yang dilaksanakan oleh baik itu dalam negeri ataupun dari luar negeri, itu banyak sekali. Tetapi yang jelas kita baik itu S1, S2 dan S3 kita mempunyai akreditasi yang sudah bagus, A semuanya. Jadinya itu saya rasa juga akreditasi itu adalah perwujudan dari prestasi-prestasi yang dimiliki baik oleh mahasiswa, dosen ataupun tendik yang ada di sini.
Harapan saya pada Departemen Arsitektur ITS ke depannya adalah untuk selalu menjadi yang paling depan dalam usaha untuk mengembangkan, mengeksplorasi, dan membawa teori arsitektur ke ranah-ranah yang jauh lebih menarik lagi yang tidak pernah digapai sebelumnya.
Jadi kalau melihat Departemen Arsitektur sebagai sebuah institusi, dia memang memiliki tridharma. Perguruan tinggi itu satu sebagai lembaga yang memberikan pelayanan pendidikan, kemudian yang kedua adalah penelitian atau riset, dan terakhir adalah pengabdian pada masyarakat. Jadi sebagai sebuah elemen dari perguruan tinggi tidak terlepas kita punya kewajiban untuk membagikan apapun yang kita miliki atau telah kita capai kepada masyarakat yang ada di sekitar kita.
Kalau Pak Eko Prawoto bilangnya ada silent client. Silent client itu kan berarti selain kita bertugas kepada klien, kepada project, juga sebetulnya apa yang kita lakukan ini, kalau kita punya rasa empati, sebetulnya kita itu mengabdi kepada kebudayaan. Jadi apa yang kita buat sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap kebudayaan berikutnya. Apa yang kita kerjakan sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap zaman berikutnya. Gitu. Jadi ini sebetulnya ya tugas bersama lah, bukan hanya dosen tapi juga dari profesian. Mungkin jika kita bekerja sama, kita bisa tetap menjaga karena kan raw materialnya dari profesi arsitek ya dari kampus, dari mahasiswa.
Institute Technology Sepul Napemba, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus. ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university, means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
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 University of Heroes.
Arsitektur ITS itu kan punya banyak sekali kelebihan ya. Misalnya kita punya prestasi-prestasi yang banyak, itu sudah sejak dulu. Terus kemudian kita juga mempunyai lengkap S1, S2, PPR dan juga S3. Kemudian kita juga banyak berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi di dalam ataupun di luar negeri. Kita punya 5 alur di sini, 5 rumpun mata kuliah. Yang pertama itu adalah perumahan pemukiman, kemudian yang kedua adalah teori sejarah dan kritik arsitektur, kemudian yang ketiga itu adalah perancangan arsitektur. Ini yang merupakan core dari pendidikan arsitektur sendiri, yang mensupport mahasiswa baik dari dasar perancangan arsitektur 1 sampai kemudian studio arsitektur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan tugas akhir. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah sains bangunan, sains arsitektur dan teknologi bangunan. Ini juga banyak hal yang dibicarakan di sini, misalnya juga tentang akustik, tentang lighting dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang terakhir itu adalah perancangan kota. Jadi mahasiswa juga diajarkan bagaimana teori-teori dan juga hal-hal yang mengenai perancangan kota.
Awalnya itu tahun 1965, pada tanggal 1 September, arsitektur didirikan oleh dosen-dosen senior kita, dan waktu itu muridnya sekitar 62 orang yang diterima pertama kali masuk. Dan semua itu sudah tersebar di mana-mana, mengajar maupun menjadi profesional arsitek, dan sudah banyak kemajuan yang dicapai dari saat itu sampai sekarang. Masih banyak A1 itu yang berkiprah di lapangan.
Perbincangan arsitektur itu menuntut kita terlibat dalam situasi berkomunikasi dengan berbagai pihak. Selain juga punya satu tempat untuk bisa merenungkan atau menggali apa yang kita pikirkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang fasilitas di pendidikan arsitektur, yang utama adalah studio. Ya, karena itu adalah tempat yang secara tradisi mulai sekolah arsitektur itu ada, dia juga ada. Jadi tempat di mana dia bisa berkomunikasi dengan banyak orang.
Arsitektur sendiri itu adalah sebuah bidang yang sangat abstrak. Dia adalah sebuah bidang yang membahas banyak hal dan mengeksplorasi banyak hal. Jadi di ITS saya mempelajari untuk bagaimana saya mengaplikasikan dan mentranslasikan konsep-konsep itu menjadi sesuatu yang aplikatif di dunia nyata.
Hal yang menarik di dalam pendidikan arsitektur, dia selalu bersifat kontekstual. Jadi kearifan lokal menjadi komponen penting di dalam perletakan acuan sebuah ide. Seperti karena itulah yang membedakan nanti arsitektur dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Itu sehingga interaksi antar orang yang menjadi salah satu komponen dari revolusi industri 4.0 itu adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kita bisa bekerja dengan stakeholder yang lainnya secara baik, dan itu menjadi penting dan diajarkan di Departemen Arsitektur ITS.
The local culture in Surabaya city, it was very, very different from the culture at home, and it was not, for me at least, it was not so difficult to become acquainted with the culture, the people. The people are very friendly and helpful, so if you ask for help, they would definitely come to your aid, and maybe if you don't ask for help, they would also be willing to help you. And getting around in Surabaya city, it also was not difficult, so even if you don't know a place or you don't know exactly where you're going, you can use Google Maps and you can pay online. And that is quite safe because Surabaya is also one of the safest cities in the world. I really enjoyed coming to classes, and most of the lectures, it was mainly based on presentations, which was quite different from what I know at home. We do presentations at home, but here it was the bulk of most of the evaluation that you would have done. And that was one of the most interesting things because you get the chance to get rid of some of your stage fright or your communication with other people, and also being vulnerable so people could give you good critiques or good ideas on your work. And the general atmosphere on campus, it was very, it was very boosting toward my learning experience and surrounding yourself with your classmates and friends.
Jadi ikatan alumni harus bisa menjahit itu semua. Jadi ikatan alumni ada IAI, ada kampus ya. Ikatan alumni itu bayangan saya ya, harapannya bisa menjahit. Oh, mahasiswa ini hebat di sini, hebat di sini. Oh, profesi ini jago di sini, jago ini, ya dijahit. Segala sesuatu itu dilihat bagaimana solve the problems, memecahkan masalah. Lalu melihatnya bukan lagi sebagai masalah, tapi sebuah challenge untuk dirubah atau diselesaikan menjadi punya manfaat untuk orang banyak. Apa sih yang kita buat dan untuk siapa yang kita buat gitu. Jadi mindsetnya sudah berpikir lagi ke arah basic. Arsitek ini mendesain untuk siapa dan untuk apa gitu. Yang dulunya kita hanya bangunan, mendesain bangunan dan concern ke dalamnya, sekarang justru dipaksa harus juga memperhatikan ruang luar.
Dalam
Kalau prestasi, sebetulnya mahasiswa kita hampir setiap tahun dan setiap saat itu banyak sekali yang mempunyai prestasi-prestasi baik nasional, lokal, dan juga internasional. Jadi misalnya semacam future art, kemudian juga mahasiswa memenangkan kejuaraan-kejuaraan yang dilaksanakan oleh baik itu dalam negeri ataupun dari luar negeri, itu banyak sekali. Tetapi yang jelas kita baik itu S1, S2 dan S3 kita mempunyai akreditasi yang sudah bagus, A semuanya. Jadinya itu saya rasa juga akreditasi itu adalah perwujudan dari prestasi-prestasi yang dimiliki baik oleh mahasiswa, dosen ataupun tendik yang ada di sini.
Harapan saya pada Departemen Arsitektur ITS ke depannya adalah untuk selalu menjadi yang paling depan dalam usaha untuk mengembangkan, mengeksplorasi, dan membawa teori arsitektur ke ranah-ranah yang jauh lebih menarik lagi yang tidak pernah digapai sebelumnya.
Jadi kalau melihat Departemen Arsitektur sebagai sebuah institusi, dia memang memiliki tridharma, perguruan tinggi itu satu sebagai lembaga yang memberikan pelayanan pendidikan, kemudian yang kedua adalah penelitian atau riset, dan terakhir adalah pengabdian pada masyarakat. Jadi sebagai sebuah elemen dari perguruan tinggi tidak terlepas kita punya kewajiban untuk membagikan apapun yang kita miliki atau telah kita capai kepada masyarakat yang ada di sekitar kita.
Kalau Pak Eko Prawoto bilangnya ada silent client. Silent client itu kan berarti selain kita bertugas kepada klien, kepada project, juga sebetulnya apa yang kita lakukan ini, kalau kita punya rasa empati, sebetulnya kita itu mengabdi kepada kebudayaan. Jadi apa yang kita buat sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap kebudayaan berikutnya. Apa yang kita kerjakan sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap zaman berikutnya. Gitu. Jadi ini sebetulnya ya tugas bersama lah, bukan hanya dosen tapi juga dari profesian. Mungkin jika kita bekerja sama, kita bisa tetap menjaga karena kan raw materialnya dari profesi arsitek ya dari kampus, dari mahasiswa.
Institute Technology Sepul Napemba, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus. ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
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 ITS. University of Heroes.
Arsitektur ITS itu kan punya banyak sekali kelebihan ya. Misalnya kita punya prestasi-prestasi yang banyak, itu sudah sejak dulu. Terus kemudian kita juga mempunyai lengkap S1, S2, PPR dan juga S3. Kemudian kita juga banyak berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi di dalam ataupun di luar negeri. Kita punya 5 alur di sini, 5 rumpun mata kuliah. Yang pertama itu adalah perumahan pemukiman, kemudian yang kedua adalah teori sejarah dan kritik arsitektur, kemudian yang ketiga itu adalah perancangan arsitektur. Ini yang merupakan core dari pendidikan arsitektur sendiri, yang mensupport mahasiswa baik dari dasar perancangan arsitektur 1 sampai kemudian studio arsitektur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan tugas akhir. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah sains bangunan, sains arsitektur dan teknologi bangunan. Ini juga banyak hal yang dibicarakan di sini, misalnya juga tentang akustik, tentang lighting dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang terakhir itu adalah perancangan kota. Jadi mahasiswa juga diajarkan bagaimana teori-teori dan juga hal-hal yang mengenai perancangan kota.
Awalnya itu tahun 1965, pada tanggal 1 September, arsitektur didirikan oleh dosen-dosen senior kita, dan waktu itu muridnya sekitar 62 orang yang diterima pertama kali masuk. Dan semua itu sudah tersebar di mana-mana, mengajar maupun menjadi profesional arsitek, dan sudah banyak kemajuan yang dicapai dari saat itu sampai sekarang. Masih banyak A1 itu yang berkiprah di lapangan.
Perancangan arsitektur itu menuntut kita terlibat dalam situasi berkomunikasi dengan berbagai pihak. Selain juga punya satu tempat untuk bisa merenungkan atau menggali apa yang kita pikirkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang fasilitas di pendidikan arsitektur, yang utama adalah studio. Ya, karena itu adalah tempat yang secara tradisi mulai sekolah arsitektur itu ada, dia juga ada. Jadi tempat di mana dia bisa berkomunikasi dengan banyak orang.
Arsitektur sendiri itu adalah sebuah bidang yang sangat abstrak. Dia adalah sebuah bidang yang membahas banyak hal dan mengeksplorasi banyak hal. Jadi di ITS saya mempelajari untuk bagaimana saya mengaplikasikan dan mentranslasikan konsep-konsep itu menjadi sesuatu yang aplikatif di dunia nyata.
Hal yang menarik di dalam pendidikan arsitektur, dia selalu bersifat kontekstual. Jadi kearifan lokal menjadi komponen penting di dalam perletakan acuan sebuah ide. Seperti karena itulah yang membedakan nanti arsitektur dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Itu sehingga interaksi antar orang yang menjadi salah satu komponen dari revolusi industri 4.0 itu adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kita bisa bekerja dengan stakeholder yang lainnya secara baik, dan itu menjadi penting dan diajarkan di Departemen Arsitektur ITS.
The local culture in Surabaya city, it was very, very different from the culture at home, and it was not, for me at least, it was not so difficult to become acquainted with the culture, the people. The people are very friendly and helpful, so if you ask for help, they would definitely come to your aid, and maybe if you don't ask for help, they would also be willing to help you. And getting around in Surabaya city, it also was not difficult, so even if you don't know a place or you don't know exactly where you're going, you can use Google Maps and you can pay online. And that is quite safe because Surabaya is also one of the safest cities in the world. I really enjoyed coming to classes, and most of the lectures, it was mainly based on presentations, which was quite different from what I know at home. We do presentations at home, but here it was the bulk of most of the evaluation that you would have done. And that was one of the most interesting things because you get the chance to get rid of some of your stage fright or your communication with other people, and also being vulnerable so people could give you good critiques or good ideas on your work. And the general atmosphere on campus, it was very, it was very boosting toward my learning experience and surrounding yourself with your classmates and friends.
Jadi ikatan alumni harus bisa menjahit itu semua. Jadi ikatan alumni ada IAI, ada kampus ya. Ikatan alumni itu bayangan saya ya, harapannya bisa menjahit. Oh, mahasiswa ini hebat di sini, hebat di sini. Oh, profesi ini jago di sini, ya dijahit. Segala sesuatu itu dilihat bagaimana solve the problems, memecahkan masalah. Lalu melihatnya bukan lagi sebagai masalah, tapi sebuah challenge untuk dirubah atau diselesaikan menjadi punya manfaat untuk orang banyak. Apa sih yang kita buat dan untuk siapa yang kita buat gitu. Jadi mindsetnya sudah berpikir lagi ke arah basic. Arsitek ini mendesain untuk siapa dan untuk apa gitu. Yang dulunya kita hanya bangunan, mendesain bangunan dan concern ke dalamnya, sekarang justru dipaksa harus juga memperhatikan ruang luar.
Kalau
prestasi, sebetulnya mahasiswa kita hampir setiap tahun dan setiap saat itu banyak sekali yang mempunyai prestasi-prestasi baik nasional, lokal, dan juga internasional. Jadi misalnya semacam future art, kemudian juga mahasiswa memenangkan kejuaraan-kejuaraan yang dilaksanakan oleh baik itu dalam negeri ataupun dari luar negeri, itu banyak sekali. Tetapi yang jelas kita baik itu S1, S2 dan S3 kita mempunyai akreditasi yang sudah bagus, A semuanya. Jadinya itu saya rasa juga akreditasi itu adalah perwujudan dari prestasi-prestasi yang dimiliki baik oleh mahasiswa, dosen ataupun tendik yang ada di sini.
Harapan saya pada Departemen Arsitektur ITS ke depannya adalah untuk selalu menjadi yang paling depan dalam usaha untuk mengembangkan, mengeksplorasi, dan membawa teori arsitektur ke ranah-ranah yang jauh lebih menarik lagi yang tidak pernah digapai sebelumnya.
Jadi kalau melihat Departemen Arsitektur sebagai sebuah institusi, dia memang memiliki tridharma. Perguruan tinggi itu satu sebagai lembaga yang memberikan pelayanan pendidikan, kemudian yang kedua adalah penelitian atau riset, dan terakhir adalah pengabdian pada masyarakat. Jadi sebagai sebuah elemen dari perguruan tinggi tidak terlepas kita punya kewajiban untuk membagikan apapun yang kita miliki atau telah kita capai kepada masyarakat yang ada di sekitar kita.
Kalau Pak Eko Prawoto bilangnya ada silent client. Silent client itu kan berarti selain kita bertugas kepada klien, kepada project, juga sebetulnya apa yang kita lakukan ini, kalau kita punya rasa empati, sebetulnya kita itu mengabdi kepada kebudayaan. Jadi apa yang kita buat sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap kebudayaan berikutnya. Apa yang kita kerjakan sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap zaman berikutnya. Gitu. Jadi ini sebetulnya ya tugas bersama lah, bukan hanya dosen tapi juga dari profesian. Mungkin jika kita bekerja sama, kita bisa tetap menjaga, karena kan raw materialnya dari profesi arsitek ya dari kampus, dari mahasiswa.
Institute Technology Sepul Napemba, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus. ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university, means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
ITS. ITS.
ITS. University of Heroes.
Arsitektur ITS itu kan punya banyak sekali kelebihan ya. Misalnya kita punya prestasi-prestasi yang banyak, itu sudah sejak dulu. Terus kemudian kita juga mempunyai lengkap S1, S2, PPR dan juga S3. Kemudian kita juga banyak berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi di dalam ataupun di luar negeri. Kita punya 5 alur di sini, 5 rumpun mata kuliah. Yang pertama itu adalah perumahan pemukiman, kemudian yang kedua adalah teori sejarah dan kritik arsitektur, kemudian yang ketiga itu adalah perancangan arsitektur. Ini yang merupakan core dari pendidikan arsitektur sendiri, yang mensupport mahasiswa baik dari dasar perancangan arsitektur 1 sampai kemudian studio arsitektur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan tugas akhir. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah sains bangunan, sains arsitektur dan teknologi bangunan. Ini juga banyak hal yang dibicarakan di sini, misalnya juga tentang akustik, tentang lighting dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang terakhir itu adalah perancangan kota. Jadi mahasiswa juga diajarkan bagaimana teori-teori dan juga hal-hal yang mengenai perancangan kota.
Awalnya itu tahun 1965, pada tanggal 1 September, arsitektur didirikan oleh dosen-dosen senior kita, dan waktu itu muridnya sekitar 62 orang yang diterima pertama kali masuk. Dan semua itu sudah tersebar di mana-mana, mengajar maupun menjadi profesional arsitek, dan sudah banyak kemajuan yang dicapai dari saat itu sampai sekarang. Masih banyak A1 itu yang berkiprah di lapangan.
Perancangan arsitektur itu menuntut kita terlibat dalam situasi berkomunikasi dengan berbagai pihak. Selain juga punya satu tempat untuk bisa merenungkan atau menggali apa yang kita pikirkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang fasilitas di pendidikan arsitektur, yang utama adalah studio. Ya, karena itu adalah tempat yang secara tradisi mulai sekolah arsitektur itu ada, dia juga ada. Jadi tempat di mana dia bisa berkomunikasi dengan banyak orang.
Arsitektur sendiri itu adalah sebuah bidang yang sangat abstrak. Dia adalah sebuah bidang yang membahas banyak hal dan mengeksplorasi banyak hal. Jadi di ITS saya mempelajari untuk bagaimana saya mengaplikasikan dan mentranslasikan konsep-konsep itu menjadi sesuatu yang aplikatif di dunia nyata.
Hal yang menarik di dalam pendidikan arsitektur, dia selalu bersifat kontekstual. Jadi kearifan lokal menjadi komponen penting di dalam perletakan acuan sebuah ide. Seperti karena itulah yang membedakan nanti arsitektur dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Sehingga interaksi antar orang yang menjadi salah satu komponen dari revolusi industri 4.0 itu adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kita bisa bekerja dengan stakeholder yang lainnya secara baik, dan itu menjadi penting dan diajarkan di Departemen Arsitektur ITS.
The local culture in Surabaya city, it was very, very different from the culture at home, and it was not, for me at least, it was not so difficult to become acquainted with the culture, the people. The people are very friendly and helpful, so if you ask for help, they would definitely come to your aid, and maybe if you don't ask for help, they would also be willing to help you. And getting around in Surabaya city, it also was not difficult, so even if you don't know a place or you don't know exactly where you're going, you can use Google Maps and you can pay online. And that is quite safe because Surabaya is also one of the safest cities in the world. I really enjoyed coming to classes, and most of the lectures, it was mainly based on presentations, which was quite different from what I know at home. We do presentations at home, but here it was the bulk of most of the evaluation that you would have done. And that was one of the most interesting things because you get the chance to get rid of some of your stage fright or your communication with other people, and also being vulnerable so people could give you good critiques or good ideas on your work. And the general atmosphere on campus, it was very, should I say, it was very boosting toward my learning experience and surrounding yourself with your classmates and friends.
Jadi ikatan alumni harus bisa menjahit itu semua. Jadi ikatan alumni ada IAI, ada kampus ya. Ikatan alumni itu bayangan saya ya, harapannya bisa menjahit. Oh, mahasiswa ini hebat di sini, hebat di sini. Oh, profesi ini jago di sini, ini ya dijahit. Segala sesuatu itu dilihat bagaimana solve the problems, memecahkan masalah. Lalu melihatnya bukan lagi sebagai masalah, tapi sebuah challenge untuk dirubah atau diselesaikan menjadi punya manfaat untuk orang banyak. Apa sih yang kita buat dan untuk siapa yang kita buat gitu. Jadi mindsetnya sudah berpikir lagi ke arah basic. Arsitek ini mendesain untuk siapa dan untuk apa gitu. Yang dulunya kita hanya bangunan, mendesain bangunan dan concern ke dalamnya, sekarang justru dipaksa harus juga memperhatikan ruang luar.
Kalau
Kalau prestasi, sebetulnya mahasiswa kita hampir setiap tahun dan setiap saat itu banyak sekali yang mempunyai prestasi-prestasi baik nasional, lokal, dan juga internasional. Jadi misalnya semacam future art, kemudian juga mahasiswa memenangkan kejuaraan-kejuaraan yang dilaksanakan oleh baik itu dalam negeri ataupun dari luar negeri, itu banyak sekali. Tetapi yang jelas kita baik itu S1, S2 dan S3 kita mempunyai akreditasi yang sudah bagus, A semuanya. Jadinya itu saya rasa juga akreditasi itu adalah perwujudan dari prestasi-prestasi yang dimiliki baik oleh mahasiswa, dosen ataupun tendik yang ada di sini.
Harapan saya pada Departemen Arsitektur ITS ke depannya adalah untuk selalu menjadi yang paling depan dalam usaha untuk mengembangkan, mengeksplorasi, dan membawa teori arsitektur ke ranah-ranah yang jauh lebih menarik lagi yang tidak pernah digapai sebelumnya.
Jadi kalau melihat Departemen Arsitektur sebagai sebuah institusi, dia memang memiliki tridharma, perguruan tinggi itu satu sebagai lembaga yang memberikan pelayanan pendidikan, kemudian yang kedua adalah penelitian atau riset, dan terakhir adalah pengabdian pada masyarakat. Jadi sebagai sebuah elemen dari perguruan tinggi tidak terlepas kita punya kewajiban untuk membagikan apapun yang kita miliki atau telah kita capai kepada masyarakat yang ada di sekitar kita.
Kalau Pak Eko Prawoto bilangnya ada silent client. Silent client itu kan berarti selain kita bertugas kepada klien, kepada proyek, juga sebetulnya apa yang kita lakukan ini, kalau kita punya rasa empati, sebetulnya kita itu mengabdi kepada kebudayaan. Jadi apa yang kita buat sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap kebudayaan berikutnya. Apa yang kita kerjakan sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap zaman berikutnya. Gitu. Jadi ini sebetulnya ya tugas bersama lah, bukan hanya dosen tapi juga dari profesian. Mungkin jika kita bekerja sama, kita bisa tetap menjaga, karena kan raw materialnya dari profesi arsitek ya dari kampus, dari mahasiswa.
Institute Technology Sepul Napemba, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus. ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
ITS. ITS.
ITS. University of Heroes.
Arsitektur ITS itu kan punya banyak sekali kelebihan ya. Misalnya kita punya prestasi-prestasi yang banyak, itu sudah sejak dulu. Terus kemudian kita juga mempunyai lengkap S1, S2, PPR dan juga S3. Kemudian kita juga banyak berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi di dalam ataupun di luar negeri. Kita punya 5 alur di sini, 5 rumpun mata kuliah. Yang pertama itu adalah perumahan pemukiman, kemudian yang kedua adalah teori sejarah dan kritik arsitektur, kemudian yang ketiga itu adalah perancangan arsitektur. Ini yang merupakan core dari pendidikan arsitektur sendiri, yang mensupport mahasiswa baik dari dasar perancangan arsitektur 1 sampai kemudian studio arsitektur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan tugas akhir. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah sains bangunan, sains arsitektur dan teknologi bangunan. Ini juga banyak hal yang dibicarakan di sini, misalnya juga tentang akustik, tentang lighting dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang terakhir itu adalah perancangan kota. Jadi mahasiswa juga diajarkan bagaimana teori-teori dan juga hal-hal yang mengenai perancangan kota.
Awalnya itu tahun 1965, pada tanggal 1 September, arsitektur didirikan oleh dosen-dosen senior kita, dan waktu itu muridnya sekitar 62 orang yang diterima pertama kali masuk. Dan semua itu sudah tersebar di mana-mana, mengajar maupun menjadi profesional arsitek, dan sudah banyak kemajuan yang dicapai dari saat itu sampai sekarang. Masih banyak A1 itu yang berkiprah di lapangan.
Perancangan arsitektur itu menuntut kita terlibat dalam situasi berkomunikasi dengan berbagai pihak. Selain juga punya satu tempat untuk bisa merenungkan atau menggali apa yang kita pikirkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang fasilitas di pendidikan arsitektur, yang utama adalah studio. Ya, karena itu adalah tempat yang secara tradisi mulai sekolah arsitektur itu ada, dia juga ada. Jadi tempat di mana dia bisa berkomunikasi dengan banyak orang.
Arsitektur sendiri itu adalah sebuah bidang yang sangat abstrak. Dia adalah sebuah bidang yang membahas banyak hal dan mengeksplorasi banyak hal. Jadi di ITS saya mempelajari untuk bagaimana saya mengaplikasikan dan mentranslasikan konsep-konsep itu menjadi sesuatu yang aplikatif di dunia nyata.
Hal yang menarik di dalam pendidikan arsitektur, dia selalu bersifat kontekstual. Jadi kearifan lokal menjadi komponen penting di dalam perletakan acuan sebuah ide. Seperti karena itulah yang membedakan nanti arsitektur dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Itu sehingga interaksi antar orang yang menjadi salah satu komponen dari revolusi industri 4.0 itu adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kita bisa bekerja dengan stakeholder yang lainnya secara baik, dan itu menjadi penting dan diajarkan di Departemen Arsitektur ITS.
The local culture in Surabaya city, it was very, very different from the culture at home, and it was not, for me at least, it was not so difficult to become acquainted with the culture, the people. The people are very friendly and helpful, so if you ask for help, they would definitely come to your aid, and maybe if you don't ask for help, they would also be willing to help you. And getting around in Surabaya city, it also was not difficult, so even if you don't know a place or you don't know exactly where you're going, you can use Google Maps and you can pay online. And that is quite safe because Surabaya is also one of the safest cities in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. The program will be started in a minute, so please occupy the most comfortable sitting position during the event.
Institute Technology Sepul Napemba, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus. ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
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 ITS. University of Heroes.
Dear Excellencies, presenters, also participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to AR+DC 2020 Symposium. It is very nice to see all of you once again, and we hope you have been enjoying yourself at the symposium so far. I would like to inform you that the break time is already up. And now it is the time for us to enter the main session, which is the panel session. In this panel session, there will be 3 invited speakers who will present their voice about the potential of architecture as an agency of change in the complex world today. The honorable speakers, Bapak Dedi Wahyudi, ST MN PhD, Principal Architect at Labo Architecture and Design. He is also affiliated in the Faculty of Art and Design, Institut Teknologi Bandung. And the second speaker is Bapak Jacob Surarjo IAI. He is the Principal Architect at Arcadia Design, as well co-founder of M-Block Space Jakarta. And the last is Professor Jeremy Till. He is the head of Central St. Martin's, as well provides counselor research, University of the Arts London, University lead on climate emergency. And the moderator and deity for this occasion is Dr. Ing Insinyur Bambang Sumardiono. To Dr. Ing Insinyur Sumardiono, the time is yours.
tes. Ini memang gaung ya. So thank you very much, Ibu Kiki as moderator. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to the panel session of the Symposium International Architecture Research and Design, or AR+DC 2020, titled Architecture in 21st Century, the Agency of Change to Indonesia and Beyond. So we have top international experts and actors in the field of architecture in the panel session as well. So the aim of the symposium is to summarize what is scientifically and practically known, learn about the cutting-edge research, and to reach a consensus about this meeting basic questions. Can architecture contribute to society in the 21st century in a new and a better way? So first I would like to see whether the first two of speakers are already joined in this room. Bapak Diki Wahyudi and Pak Gatot Surarjo. Okay, selamat siang Bapak, good afternoon. I would like to introduce first the two speakers of this panel session. Bapak Diki Wahyudi, STMN, PhD, as a principal architect from Labu Architecture and Design, and also in this room also Bapak Jacob Gatot Surarjo, IAI, as principal architect of Arcadia Design and co-founder of well-known M-Block Space. Professor Jeremy Till will join later circa 14:30 because of the time differences between London and Surabaya. So ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Pak Diki Wahyudi. Pak Diki Wahyudi graduated from Faculty of Art and Design ITB and also principal of Architect Labu Architecture. 1998 until 2000, Bachelor of Bachelor of Engineering from Institut Teknologi Bandung, and then followed to Nihon University for Master of Engineering in 1998 until 2000, and then Sibau University to take Doctor of Philosophy, 2001 until 2005. Okay, and then this is the architectural career of Pak Dedi Wahyudi. First, Labuan Nusantara, winner of design competition on revitalization, Taman Medan Merdeka and Monumen Nasional in year 2000, and then Bandung Design Biennale in 2019, and followed by Asian Design Culture Society Indonesian chapter 2018 until now, and last year Pak Dedi have a BGI Future Art Green Leadership Awards. Okay, dear audience, let's start this session by inviting the first speaker, Pak Diki Wahyudi, STMN, PhD. So welcome Pak Dedi. Time is yours. Thank you very much.
My name is Dedi. And thank you for Institute Teknologi 10 November Surabaya for having me to share and discuss on this symposium. Today, I like to present some experiences on design competitions, project, and exhibition we involved on these 10 years. I will present 8 works that represent some of our design approaches and could be a reference in our future of architecture. Next, please. The first work, Labo won the design competition for Asia Africa Conference New Museum Bandung and in 2010. Next, please. The Merdeka building and the existing Asia Africa Museum is a symbol of world unity, which several non-bloc Asia Africa countries hold the meeting to fight against the colonialism in 1955. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Indonesia has been collaborated with Institute of Teknologi Bandung to conduct the competition in order to get the idea of redevelopment plan of the future of Asia Africa Conference Museum. The new museum planning is not only focused on existing Merdeka building as a single building, but expand into its surrounding environment as a museum district. Next. The red building messages are the heritage buildings that have to be preserved. The planning area is about 1.8 hectares, and the city planning regulation gives the opportunity to build 7 times the land area. Next, please. Rather than build a huge and massive building, Labo proposed to demolish some non-heritage buildings in order to create new open space. This open space will connect the existing museum into the western waterfront open area. Next, please. Building program requirements are put into the basement, so the quality of space and spatial scale on ground level will be preserved. Next. This is the concept development staging. It's so that the transition of creating the connectivity of main museum building into riverfront open plaza has performed. Could you please click the slide, please? Okay, this is the process. Okay, next. Okay, we have open plaza there. Okay, next. Okay, next. The demolition of existing non-heritage building is proposed to provide the existence of new plaza. Arranging new facade of museum building from the back and recover the street to be more walkable. Outdoor museum concept has been proposed. So the program of Asia Africa Conference will be took a place temporarily at all open spaces. Please click the slide, please. Okay, this is the process of demolitions of non-heritage building. Okay, we have open space there. Okay, so the museum could utilize the open spaces into open museum concept. Okay, next, please. In order to promote urban green cover, we propose to utilize green roof on all new supporting facilities. So the roof could be served as an extension of public activities. Okay, next, please. New Museum of Asia Africa Conference has new entrance that face into new plaza. This plaza will contribute the increasing of open public space in Bandung City. Okay, next. The plaza could be space extension for museum program as well as open for public for daily activities. Okay, next. The 1.8 hectares land is look more integrated and giving the positive response to the Ciliwung River as a part of museum district. Next. By this proposal, from the history that this museum is a symbol of unity of Asia Africa countries against colonialism, the design of new museum have to be a symbol of unity to reason world environmental issue. By designing open space as an element to integrate the districts, this environmental friendly approach could be guideline to the development of the future of Asia Africa Conference Museum. Next, please. In 2015, the inauguration of Asia Africa Conference was held in Bandung. In line with the development concept of our competition result, the replacement of street cover and the construction of riverfront plaza has done. By this development, we could feel the integration of the district is happening. Next, please. Second works is the design of Balai Kirti Bogor Palace in 2012. Labo got the third place on this competition. Next. The program coming from the national government that needs appropriate space to place many collections and presidential gifts. The location in Bogor Palace is inside Bogor Botanical Garden. Next, please. We propose to do minimum intervention to maintain the visual quality of historical site as well as to guarantee the quality of environment. We decided to design as lowest as possible, then main palace building to ensure the humbleness of new building. Next, please. The museum is proposed to stand beside the palace. The shape of new building imitated the shape of existing building around. So in general, we could see the contextual aspect of this new building. Next, please. The museum will be the important elements of sequence for public to access the palace as main facility as at this site. Next, please. The ground plan for the building is only for a lobby of the museum. Rest of all programs required is placed on the basement level. The glass cladding is dominated the appearance of building in order to be little bit contrast to surrounding, appearing the modernity but still contextual to surrounding by its transparency and reflecting the landscapes and existing building around. Next, please. These sections show that main program accommodate in underground level. Next, please. The design mostly maintain ground level as a garden. Okay, next. The transparent museum lobby could be a gate to main palace building as well. Okay, next. The new museum lobby is such the mirror of the opposite building. Okay, next. The museum lobby contains a single bridge that connects the reception into the palace. There is a junction as a node to enter the underground museum. Next, please. The lobby slope brings visitors into underground main collection room. Big point is continuing the outdoor landscape as indoor scenery. Next. Visual continuity into outdoor landscape is also performed from underground level. Next. Several indirect natural light holes are designed to arrange the story of continuity of underground and its top level. The design of Balai Kirti Museum is giving us the opportunity to propose the method in the way of how we could accommodate the new program by considering the preservation of existing landscape and context. Next. The third work is designed for Indonesian Central Bank in Solo City. Next. There is a heritage building stand on a triangle site as a previous office building. The competition asks participants to give the idea to design new bank office building in the opposite side. Okay, next. In order to maintain the existence of old building, the design of new building is conditioned to be a background of those old building. The new 5-story building are designed as one single massive building. Here, we also consider black facade as important element to promote the old building as a landmark of at this site. Next. The old building is shifted from an office to be a museum that more accessible for public. The frontage plaza that facing into Main Street on both sides are dedicated for a livable urban streetscape. Next, please. We can see the differences of two buildings. The old one, as a heritage building, has many details, and the brightness show that the dominancy of building as a landmark of this setting. The other new building is treated to be more humble, with dark and simple facade as a background. Next, please. As well as daytime, the setting of both buildings at the night is also appeared. Next. At Port, Labo participated on Fortress Europe, the exhibition for Finnish Biennial Architecture 2016, coordinated by Budi Pradono Architect. 23 Indonesian architects has been proposed the idea to design the temporary shelter for refugees at Europe. Next, please. There are several abandoned cities in European countries caused by disasters, war, shifting of politics, fall of empires, etc. Next, please. Due to the decreasing of productive population in Europe, Labo proposed the idea to occupy the dead city to be a place for interaction between immigrants and native. The mutual living toward the resilience of food, economy, and many other aspects are possible to be conducted. Next, please. Reliving abandoned city is considered by modifying the existing building to be a shelter for living and works. Next. We choose Oradour-sur-Glane as a case study to be representative of this idea. Next, please. The light structure could be built in between the existing structure to provide the proper space for living. Here, by preserving the existing building, the history of city is still maintained. Next, please. The dead city has its own structure as a city. The structure of parts and edges are existing. Next, please. By adding light elements, the dead city could be revitalized while the characters are still there. And abandoned city has reborn. Next, please. Refining the space to adapt with new needs and new requirements. Next, please. Reutilization of and shifting the abandoned space to be more livable. Next, please. The space for take care and created to be a temporary shelter. Next. Modular and light residential structure put into existing housing structure. Next. Flexibility of usage is part of main concept to occupy the existing structure. Next, please. Reliving abandoned city is an alternative approach to solve nowadays living space requirement. Adaptive reuse is become an alternative of concept to revitalize abandoned area. Next, please. This fifth work is master plan design for Gelora Bung Karno Sport Complex in 2016. This master plan design was done in order to preparing a sport complex to be host of for Asian Games 2018. Gelora Bung Karno is a historical sport complex. It is the first sport complex built in 1962. In line with the city plan of MRT infrastructure with its 2 stations that intersects with this area, and also because of the quality of GBK, space was declining and the building is in this complex never has massive renovation for a long time. We, Labo, got the duty to design the master plan. We chose palimpsest concept to develop the master plan. Next, please. GBK has 140 hectares area. The revitalizations of GBK is keeping the main concept of original master plan. The renovations are area being made to accommodate and expand the functions of the site and connect every venue inside to Gelora Bung Karno for a pre-building there. Next. Main stadium is kept as a diamond of this complex. This area is not only for large event, but also can use for daily activity. The outer rings of the main stadium originally designed for car with hard finishing, but we propose to replace it with human-friendly textures as a paving block. Next, please. The existing photos showing how the GBK complex is a formal infrastructure that only used for big event. The rigid lot space created a barrier with the community. In the past, each area in GBK was gated. But in revitalization concept, the fence of every building's area is renovated to be more open and more transparent. This water feature, not only a border, but also a retention pond to prevent the flood in the complex. Next, please. Before revitalization, the design of GBK complex orientation mainly focused on private transportation. Parking lot put beside every sport facilities. After the revitalization, the surrounding area of the building transformation into a green space. The green open space dedicated for public such as park, performance, and other events. Next, please. Next work is master plan design for Medan Merdeka Square, Jakarta. Labo won the competition in 2018. 2019. Next, please. The 81 hectare squares was built in 1961. Medan Merdeka Square is not only became a public open space for Jakarta citizens, but the existence of national monument in the center of square is a symbol of unity for Indonesia people. Similar with GBK Sport Complex master plan design, we also use palimpsest approach as a method. Labo tried to make Medan Merdeka Square more friendly for public. New monumentalism that perceives as a changing phenomena of public attachment into the monument institution as a main concept to bring people more closer into the monuments, as well as minimum intervention through the spirit of conservation considered to Medan Merdeka Square as historical areas and green open space. Next, please. To be more closer into the monuments, first, the design purpose to bring people physically enter into inner circle of the monuments. The retention pond become a soft border of people to reach the epicentrum. At the second, consider to the north, south, and east-west axis as a basic structure of the square. We bring the elements of axis into the outer space, so people in all building around the squares will feel that they are part of Medan Merdeka's district. Next, please. As we can see now, Medan Merdeka Square is looked variegated and restricted. In order to bring Medan Merdeka Square to be more friendly to people, we propose to open the fence in some axis. The pavement treatment, which replace the existing asphalt in Medan Merdeka Street, will strengthen the axis. Next, please. Now, people who want to enter Medan Merdeka Square have to walk around and enter from this gate. From gated perspective, we propose the corridor more open with reflecting pond as an element of landscape. Next, please. This point will be the main entrance of National Monument MRT station. The entrance is under the reflecting pond. This is such the first spiritual and monumental scenery of Medan Merdeka Square when people coming by train. Next, please. The view of National Monument is close by the sky track railway at the east. In order to give respect to the monuments, especially to strengthen the east axis, we propose the underneath space into open space to attract people get closer to the monument. Next. Through the station, we will find the depth and sunken plaza called Renung Genang or Contemplation Plaza. Next. Lenggang Jakarta, the food court, which now stand at the South Plaza, will be moved into the east side attached to Gambir Station. Here, Indonesian food served by street vendor communities could enjoy by the visitors, and they still has a prestigious vista into the National Monument. Next. This is the inner perimeters to the main area of the National Monuments. We propose to make retention pond as soft barrier. Medan Merdeka Master Plan design brings people more closer to the monuments with minimum intervention approach. Next, please. Next work is the design for the competition of Tubaba Governmental Complex in 2020. Next, please. Rubber plantation land is dominated the landscape of Tubaba city. The leader of Tubaba Regency considered to apply the cultural approach as a methodology to develop all infrastructure in Tubaba. Next. This competition gives us the opportunity to propose the idea to promote new governmental working culture through designing new typology of governmental office. Build the office space is a challenge to build the character of build servants. The productivity-oriented atmosphere is represented on every design aspect. Next, please. Open office concept and flexibility to choose the place for works performed on this design. Next. Consider two recent pandemic situations. This design proposed on giving the opportunity for the worker to work not only in indoor office but also at outdoor areas. Next. The private car-oriented office has changed into public transportation-oriented culture. Next. The main corridor into main office building could be a place for temporary public market. Next. The frontage of the office is a farm. This area became a showcase of Tubaba as an agriculture-based regency and as a model of self-sufficient regency on agriculture. Next. Next, please. Information center and the hall we call Balai is a reception of this governmental office. Next. The citizens could conduct a meeting at the hall. Okay, next. And sometimes for their cultural activities. Next. The flexibility to choose the place for work is performed on this open space layout. Next, please. The meeting could also take place in the terrace. And next. The inner court is containing several supporting facilities such as outdoor work spot, outdoor meeting pot, canteen, amphitheater, sport field, etc. Next. There is sky bridge to access all outdoor facilities for the main from the main working office area. Okay, next. And the worker have the best quality for their working environment that encourage the productivities. Next. Last work is design proposal for Indonesian new capital city in 2020. Here we initiated not to design the city, but designing the village as the origin concept that represents the model of future development of the environment in Indonesia. And we believe that the Indonesian capital village will be the first model of green development for governmental center office area. That position it the balance between environmental, social, on economic sustainability. Next. The inspirations derived from local architecture of Kalimantan. Rumah panjang or long housing is a typology of Kalimantan architecture. The floating structure responds to topography and wild characters. And most of living activities are occupied the floating platform. Next, please. The center governmental loop master plan model are choose to develop the public transportation-based environment. Rail-based transportation system became the main mobility infrastructure at this area. Each station is the hub of working and living. Next, please. The conventional model is built the street as main infrastructure and the lands are divided into several lots to be built for building. In order to preserve the existing natural landscape, we propose another model of development. Here, all main buildings stand on the top of the railway. Next, please. The commercial, public building, and housing apartment is developed in the 400 meters radius of working distance. Inspired by local long houses, the proposal of all buildings typology is floating, and the access to all facilities is by walk or by bicycle. Next. This is the walkable clusters that link by public transportation system. Next, please. The floating buildings models is responsive into the existing topography, and the conservation of the natural environment could be performed. Next. Vertical urban farming could be promoted to be put into the layers of the building. Next. The floating platforms is the main level for all living mobilities. Next. Most of daily activities are by walk, from home to office, from home to all public facilities. All governmental staff have a great quality of life, and they will have more quality times with families. Next. The main station is the main gate of central government district. Next. And the floating presidential palace clusters will be in the most restricted area, but still represent to be friendly to the natural environment. Okay, next. And as conclusions, next. Through eight works that I present as a representative of several works by Labo, it could be concluded that architecture is not always equal with the effort and force to build. For our perspective about progressivity, architecture is the opportunity of rethinking about the standards, and architecture is the challenge to rethinking about new typologies. If we have still have time, could you please play the video of Ibu Desa, please?
For the first speaker, Pak Dedi Wahyudi. I'm so sorry because I have already mentioned Pak Deki Wahyudi. It should be Pak Dedi Wahyudi. I'm so sorry. So thank you, Pak Dedi. It is very interesting to hear from all the 8 projects of Labo. I think there is some keywords to be discussed or maybe to be described about the connection, the visual connection, the visual continuity, how to modifying existing building, how to get a green open space more in the revitalization of master plan GBK, and then about how to get a great quality of life. Okay, next I would like to give the audience 2 videos, I think, from Pak Dedi. So please. Okay. We should have 2 videos of Pak Dedi, and thank you very much for the nice presentation, Pak Dedi. It is 8 different kind of projects that have, I would like to say important message from each of the projects. I have been in GBK, in the new revitalization of GBK, and I feel so, it's kind of safe and then more open spaces, and we can do more activity, not just running, yeah, but also we can also enjoying the open spaces. How about the video? Is this all right? Already? Okay. What I have already see in your presentations about the design new building as a background of old building, I think it is very interesting how Pak Dedi designed a new building with the attentions of the old original building. It's kind of, an infill building that is very important in to make an architecture not to demolish the heritage building, but also how to keep the new building in a line with the old ones. What is interesting also from the 8 projects from Pak Dedi Wahyudi about public plaza and squences, yeah. And they also how to modifying the existing building with a light structure. This is also, I think, personally, I think more this is important and interesting. And then I have also seen that Pak Dedi have a concept, sky bridges to access outdoor facilities, yeah, in one of the 8 projects. Rumah Panjang is also interesting, and then also vertical urban farming. And I think Pak Dedi offers some new qualities of life and quality. And one that is also interesting in one of the project of Pak Dedi is how Pak Dedi also describe that future capital village with sustainable thinking about that. So I would like to wait for the video. There is 2 videos, additional 2 videos from Pak Dedi. It is very interesting, so I think we should waiting for this video. Pak Dedi, have you been still here in the room? Now. Without video, without audio, I mean. Oh, Pak Dedi, would you mind explaining the video because there is no audio? Pak Dedi, can you hear me? Would you mind explaining each of the scene of the video because there is no audio?
Yeah, this video is part of our design for Indonesian Capital Village, actually, Pak Bambang. We also have like just a summary of our idea, actually. If it's possible, you can see the video.
Okay, visioning capital of Indonesia.
Yes. So this is like the purpose of because the city has a lot of problems, and then compared to the village, we can see the quality of life of the village. So from the perspective, we develop the idea and choose the title of our work. Not Indonesian capital city, but Indonesian capital village. We call Ibu Desa Indonesia. So I think this is the first capital village in the world. I think. This is I mentioned that all connected by the transportation system. This is we shifting the conventional idea from infrastructure-based concept to be new idea that all buildings stand on the top of infrastructure system. All office building just in the top of the stations. This is the platform on the top of the station as a public facilities. And here we can see the spread of the buildings around the office building in walking distance. So the apartments, the other public facilities like the commercial, schools, etc. Built in one cluster. but I mentioned before that all buildings is connected by the floating bridge, or you can see like sky bridge. This is the a palace that I mentioned before. Still, this palace also built by the considered to the balance of the environment, and this is the floating palace we propose. That's all, Pak Bambang. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Bambang. I have only one video. I have three actually, but consider the limitation of the time. So.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dedi. Hamiti, I think it's time for us to move to the next panelist. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much for the interesting videos, Pak Dedi. So, dear audience, let's start with the session by inviting our second speaker, Pak Yaakob Gatot Surarjo, IAI. Pak Yaakob, I would like to explain about the curriculum vitae from Pak Yaakob. Pak Yaakob is principal architect Arcadia Design and co-founder of the well-known M-Block space. Education in 1988, undergraduate from ITB, and then Universitas Tarumanegara in 2007, postgraduate in urban and real estate development. And then some creative industry activities from Pak Gatot Surarjo. In 1990 until now, founder and director of Arcadia Architects, and then 2018 until now, I'm so sorry for this sound, founder of Uma Seminyak Retails and Creative Space, followed by 2018 until now, founder of Seminyak Design Week, and 2019 until now, I have already mentioned, co-founder of the M-Block Creative Hub. So, Pak Yaakob, I would like to remind you that we'll have 30 minutes for presenting the paper, and we will give you a reminder when there is 5 minutes remaining and when the time is up. So, before I let Pak Yaakob, I would like also we have Q&A session after all presentations done, and as well as giving chance to the all participants in joining the conference by actively writing in the chat box. So, Pak Gatot, the time is yours. Silahkan.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Pak Bambang. Thank you for ITS for inviting me this afternoon. Okay, may we start the presentation, and I can see the file here. Okay. Okay. Yes. The title is for my presentation is creative place making, and there is a question mark there. It's read as is creative place making as considered as an agent of change? I'm not sure, but let's see the presentation. Okay, next. So during the past few years, I've been involved in involving some place-making projects, which is surprisingly for me that at that time I didn't realize that project that I work is considered as place-making. Now, what is placemaking? Maybe some of you still have no clue. Okay, placemaking is a multidisciplinary approach process. Yeah? While creative placemaking is where community member, artists, arts, culture, organization, community developers, and other stakeholders use arts and cultural strategies to implement community-led change. This approach aims to increase vibrancy, improve economic conditions, and build capacity among residents to take ownership of their communities. Creative placemaking also considered is a new way of engaging creative people and activities to address social and economic issues in communities. So this approach is the one that we in M-Block uses as when we formulate M-Block space. Okay, next please. So before that, maybe it's a glance of my background. So I've been working as an architect for almost 30 years, I believe. Yeah. My portfolios is mostly corporate-based project, is commercial projects, where I do design residentials, clubhouse, apartment, retails, and etc. But mostly during these past 10 years, the project is dominated by high-rise towers and also a retail project that's like the one you see below the tower pictures. It's called the Breeze in Bumi Serpong Damai. During that year, I do design many kind of projects, commercial projects, but at that time, I also think, is it about the time that I can contribute more to society than serving these corporate clients? So that's at the time about 5 years ago. I think chances came to me. Yeah? I also learned from this project the property character from the building type, yeah? And the users who use these facilities is very important. I think we have to put it in our mind since the very beginning, because in this the Breeze case, the Breeze retail compound, it's the physical appearance is very attractive according to the public, but the first 2 years was struggling to survive. Yeah. Why? Because I'm not sure, is it about branding or programming or activities? At the time, I'm not really sure, but later on, when I learned about placemaking, so I found that one key element of creating good place is missing here. Okay, next, please. Okay, so why I put or bring the creative space here? Because a government has set up the target to bring, or to make creative industry as a main economic income for Indonesia. The government also targeted that in the year of, I don't know, maybe in the next 5 years, I believe, yeah, Indonesia becoming as the third biggest economic country, other than below from USA and South Korea. So I think we really need spaces like this, especially for youth, if the government said so like that. Because at the time I think, okay, the government targeted that aims, but how about the infrastructure? Indonesia, I think it's we are lack of space for the youth here to do so they can actualize their creativity. This is for practical purposes. Actually, if you're still confusing what is creative hubs, so in Indonesia, they categorize the creative hubs into 3 spaces. The first is the co-working space. I believe most of you here are very familiar with this co-working space. And the second one is the creative space. Example is there in the photo is like in Omas Minyak, or I believe in Surabaya. I think you can. I think Lawang Rupa, Lawang Wangi, Ruang Rupa, or Ruang Mes 56 or CO2, if I'm not wrong, yeah, is considering also as a creative space. And the last one is maker space. In Jakarta, I know they have industry. So this is the one of the facilities for youngsters who more into making something, I mean creative things, craft, furniture, etc. I also see the phenomenon in our society. We have virtual spaces to connect each other, like social media, dating apps, or WhatsApp groups. And the more you do that, the more we need the real spaces. That's why the spaces like this, and especially creative hubs, I think it's important in this digital era. Okay, next please. Here is the map of the creative hub cities in Indonesia. Well, I'd like to point out in Bali. Bali, as we know, the digital nomad culture is very obvious. So many expats live there to have their digital lifestyle. And Bali also melting pot or cross-cultural networking opportunities for creative industry people. But I couldn't see a place for local youngsters to use the space that which they need. I really hope that at the time we have a new place which is local friendly or youngsters friendly. Okay, next. So when I have an opportunity to develop a piece of land in Seminyak, the idea is to provide the place that I imagined before. For you who doesn't know what is Seminyak, then Seminyak is, many people say it's the most stylish playground in Bali. It's a very high-end tourist area. They have the premium resorts there, like Alila, W Hotel, etc. Also, they have the #1 beach clubs there. They also have many nightclubs, so the culture club is very, very obvious. It's hedonistic lifestyle is very obvious. And Seminyak also is considered as expatriate business district. I do my my own research from one district. 90% of business owner there is owned by expatriate. It's not about anti foreigners, but then I think where is the place for local or youth to express their creativity? Yes, please, next. So this is the emas minyak. In the previous picture is the front side, and this one is the back or inner core. No, not yet. Please back. Yeah. So this is activities we do in emas minyak. We regularly hold meeting or discussion like this in the left picture, pop-up bazaar or pop-up events. This is a women empowerment event, or there is also art class, coffee class, maker class, etc. Not only Balinese people, but also this is serving for other youngsters from other cities in Indonesia. Now, recently we also serving the expatriate communities who wants to have programs there. So it's really cross-function place there. Okay, next. This is only the posters of the programs. So every 2 weeks, I believe, there is a program in there, exhibition or discussion or etc. Okay, next. Well, after I found the communities, I mean, I also have a good network of the communities there, especially the creative communities like architects, furniture designers, graphic designers, etc. Then I realized why there is no such an event like a design week, because Seminyak or Bali itself is potential, full of potential for creative industry. In Seminyak, we can see so many good design. And Seminyak people, I think they bear a design-minded in their mind when they open business. So it's really strange that why there is no such an event. So I created that event in 3 years ago, and surprisingly, it's quite successful because people realize they need this kind of activities. Okay, next. Also, I learned from Pasar Papringan. It's was one of the best example of rural placemaking. So Pak Singgi and his colleagues in the village try to reduce or stop youth urbanization because there is no positive activities at the time in the village. So almost every youngsters go to the cities to look for works. They have a bamboo forest, which is neglected at the time, and Pak Singgi tried to utilize this as a Papringan market. So it's held in every 2 weeks. And they try to refining the local potential and creating strong sense of community, and also a sustainable tourism approach. This is very important in this situation like this. So this principle also I try to use it in M Block space. Next. At that time, I also have a chance to learn from Pak Singgi, so I involved in creating creating renovation of some houses there to make it as a guest house. It is very clear that I learned about bottom-up process, because in my previous projects, the commercial projects, the requirement came top down to architects, and we just try to make the design from that requirements. But here we have to live in for a few days with the village people, asking what is their the most potential room in their house, and we collaborate together to make it as a decent guest house. So this is a very important stepstone for me, learning from the village people at the time. Okay, next. Now, so after that previous experiences, about last year, 2019, early 2019, the brewery invite me to asking about how they can utilize this neglected property. We, with the team, me and myself with the team, we learn about the character of Block M. It's the location and urban character is very clear that it was the most hype area at that time in the 70s or early 80s, but it's people neglected this area since there is a mall culture, so young people tend to or prefer to play in the mall. As you know, Jakarta has maybe, I don't know how many hundreds malls here. So people forget that we have an outdoor culture. We know that mall is very indoor oriented. Okay, next. Yeah. It was surprising for me that at the time brewery have already had this proposal from MVRDV. So this 5.4 piece of land of brewery will be built to be super block project, a very commercial project. There is a hotel, apartment, office, and even big malls in the below levels. We believe that why they make this because the land use, the land value in this area is very high, so they have to think pragmatically since the tax lands also increase every year. Okay, next. Now, we thinking about the concept at the time, what kind of placemaking we'd like to have in this area. So M block from block M, of course, it's part of the concept and stands for Melawai, the locations, music. Music is one key factor as a crowd puller to attract youngsters to come, because music is very obvious they profit. Also, because two of the founders here has a good background in the music business. One is the late Glenn Fredly, and one is Mas Wendy Putranto, is a music journalist, is very well known among the musicians or music industry people. The other M stands for millennials, our target market, and makers, of course, to all creative people, and money, because brewery is the brewery business is producing money, so we have to be also have a money oriented programs here, the balancing between the creative creative sides as well as the profit sides. The last one is the very important is M for movement. So we don't provide parking for vehicles, meaning that less emission, and we encourage people to use public transportation. And there is no, it's a cashless society, a cashless system. It's not only the trend for the digital era, but it shows that there is a transparency in management, because everyone can see the POS system from the tenants, between tenants, management, and the landlord brewery. So each party know exactly how much sales per day from its tenants. I think this is a new way of retail management, at least in Jakarta so far I know. Also, we try to have a green lifestyle, such as like no plastic, reuse, reduce, recycle, etc. And the last thing is we're very concerned about the local brands. No foreigner brand, yes. Why? Because we want to prove to public that we have a good potential local brands that we have to proud to be. Okay, next. Also, I learned from this project for public space. There is four key elements to have a great place. Is sociability, access and linkage, concept and image, and uses and activities. The inner circle is the intangible aspects, and the outer circle is the measurement aspects. And I do believe that the most important thing is the uses and activities elements. Why? Because activities are the basic building blocks of great places. They are the reasons why people visit in the first place and why they continue to return. They are also what makes a place special or unique. When there is nothing to do in a place, it will sit empty and unused. As your sign, something needs to change. That's what exactly happened when I show you the previous big mall in the beginning, the bridge. That exactly what happened. Okay, next, please. So here the upper part is the existing conditions before we renovate. So we use the adaptive reuse as a theme here.
Pak
Okay,
Yakob.
Yeah.
We have 5 minutes.
Okay,
so
yeah, next. Next. Okay, this is just show before and after of the existing site. Next. Yeah, the left one is the before we renovate. It was in warehouse that turned to be live house, the music live house. Next. Yeah, the other warehouse is renovated as a big restaurant called Wang, and we keep as much as possible the existing structures or elements. Nothing changed there except the lighting and the skylight also there. Thank you. Next. Here the local brands that we very proud of it. Next. Next. And this is what the role of architect here. We do make design guidelines for tenants so that the existing buildings is not changed too much, except the interior. They can make as what they need. Yeah, next. This one is video. If we can we see this video? Can click this? No. This one video. Yeah. Okay. It shows that so many what is it? Many unusual spaces that we use, like there is a balcony that we can we hold a music show there. There is an alley to have a fashion show there. So very urban, but a very unique atmosphere. Next. Next. The video cannot run. Yeah? Oh yeah, this is the video. Okay. No song. For the young colleagues here, this is Ran R&N musician. Yeah. So this is our experimental to use unusual spaces. It's becoming a real public space, and you can see how inclusive this block. No sound. Okay, next. As you can see here, there is amphitheater here as communal space, and I think this is the soul of M Block. There is many discussions, events here. Okay, next. So we know that I don't know whether this is because from the media or because from the public. What we know is M Block is becoming a media darling. Also, almost every week there is news, 1 or 2 news about M Block. So it's proof that this place is very well accepted within the public. Okay, next. Okay, so what next after this? We are busy now. We are quite busy now to have an invitation from many property owners that really like to optimize their unproductive spaces. So this one is hopefully in the next year we have 1 block in Surabaya that we are still working on it. Next. Okay, thank you. Hopefully it can give you a glance about the place-making projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Yaakob. It's very interesting to see all of the projects. One of the projects that I have already seen is about the M Block. Pak Yaakob have some examples of how to create a creative placemaking to give more contribution to the society And one of these kind of question is about people forgot outdoor culture. This is very interesting because so many people go to the malls and just forget the outdoor activities that previously have done. About the M block, there is some, some keywords, not just placemaking, but also how to attract youngsters to come to these unique places, how to create creative site and also commercial site, and then one more is about the Seminyak. Seminyak is also potential for creative industry, and there are so many good design that is successfully designed, and one of your projects about Pasar Temanggung is also interesting with the local potential. Okay, we would like to discuss more about the theme from Pak Dedi and also Pak Jacob in the next session, and I would like to ask the committee whether Professor Jeremy Till is already in the room.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Hello. Pak Jeremy. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, good.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
It is good afternoon atau good morning ya? Good morning ya. Okay.
It's quite early.
I would before we invite Professor Jeremy Till into discussion, I would like to mention about the curriculum vitae of Professor Jeremy Till. Professor Jeremy Till is head of Central St. Martin's, Vice Chancellor Research, University of Arts London, University lead on climate emergency. Professor Jeremy Till have education in Eton College in 1970 until 1975, and then followed to take Diploma Arts in 1983 in Polytechnic of Central London, and then as Master of Arts in Middlesex University in 1999. This is some important architectural career of Professor Jeremy Till. In 2002, Civic Trust Award, and then followed by RIBA National Award in 2004, also RIBA Sustainability Prize, and then followed by British Pavilion in 2006, Venice Architecture Biennale, and then RIBA Awards Panel in 2004 until 2006, and in 2013, Pak Jeremy Till have Biennale Academic Committee Prize. Professor Jeremy Till research and writing has concentrated on the social and political aspects of architecture and the built environment. His best known book is Architecture Depends, which was widely reviewed and prized by the Times, higher as a brief, enjoyable, affirming, and important book. Other books include Flexible Housing, written with Tatjana Snyder, and Spatial Agency, written also with Nisat Awan and Tatjana Snyder. All three of these books were awarded by the RIBA President's Award for Outstanding University-Based Research, making Till the only person to have received this international honor 3 times. So his most recent research concern issues of scarcity and creativity in the built environment, funded by HERA, Humanities in the European Research Area. So thank you. We have 30 minutes, Pak Jeremy, for this presentation, and I would like to give some notice that if you have 5 minutes left. So thank you. The time is yours.
Thank you. So my presentation is going to be very different because I'm not going to show examples of buildings, and I'm going to make a provocation because I think that's what the conference questions began to ask us to do in terms of asking questions about the future of architecture. So my provocation very quickly is that the climate emergency presents a threat to some of the principles on which architecture has been founded. And therefore, in response to the climate emergency, we need to reconsider what the role and practices of architecture might be in the future. And so my presentation is called Architecture After Architecture, where the architecture, the last architecture refers to the architecture of the modern project. And I do this as a provocation in response to the urgency which the climate emergency presents us with, that unless we do something very quickly, then we are heading towards a catastrophe in terms of biodiversity, in terms of extinction, and in terms of, in Indonesia's case in particular, the rising ocean levels. So let me start with just 3 very small examples of architecture as I saw it even 6 months ago. The first is this building I'm sitting in, which I've designed with Sarah Wigglesworth and won the RIBA Sustainability Prize, and recently that we have retrofitted to make it more environmentally sustainable. And one of the things that we did from that was to look at the air tightness, and we spent a lot of money putting in a lot of sticky tape all around the building to make it more airtight. And I just felt that's quite a fragile, it's quite a small response to the enormity of the climate emergency. The second example is when all the winners of the UK Sterling Prize, which is the biggest architectural prize in the UK, and so it's Zaha Hadid, Norman Foster, Richard Rogers, all the famous architects got together and declared climate emergency. They signed up to saying, we take climate emergency seriously. And I thought, that's great, that's really good news. But then the next thing that happened is that 3 of them announced within a month that they were designing new airports. Now, you cannot have an airport, a new airport, and at the same time declare a climate emergency. Airports create carbon. Airports are absolutely kind of fundamental in the perpetuation of the climate emergency. So to say that I am in a way being good by saying I believe in the climate emergency, and then to design airports and in some cases say that they're very sustainable is not a good thing. And the third example is a lecture I went to by a very, very famous architectural historian, in which he started by addressing the climate emergency and said, yes, it is with us together with global capitalism, together with mass consumption, and we got to do something about it. And then started showing pictures of buildings of a certain type of aesthetic, as if that was going to be enough to resist all these external forces. And I could see the audience just loving the lecture because it felt so comfortable to have these buildings shown to them, even though he had introduced the lecture with issues of the climate emergency. So those are just 3 very quick examples of the present state by which often architecture deals with the climate emergency. First of all, through very fragile technical solutions, through sticking tape up. Secondly, by declaring and kind of symbolizing a virtue by declaring climate emergency and then ignoring it by actually doing buildings such as airports, which create the problem. And thirdly, by a kind of retreat from the urgency of the climate emergency into a kind of internal discourse about architectural culture. And along with that is the word sustainability, which I think we have to stop using, because the word sustainability suggests that we can sustain, that our present ways of living, our present economies, our present structures of society can be sustained if we do some technical fixes. And as I will be arguing, I don't think we can sustain, that what the climate emergency demands is a very clear and radical set of responses which will lead to systemic change in the way that we live, the way that our economies work, and the way, therefore, that we build buildings, or if we build buildings at all. As Jacob shows, actually, both the previous speakers show, the idea of retrofitting is probably going to be much more important in the future. So let me just talk very quickly about how architecture has, in the last century, become symbolic of what one might call the modern project. And the modern project can be defined through four categories. The first is progress, that within the modern project, there's an absolute need to maintain progress on all fronts. And design and architecture have been used as a symbol and messenger of those forms of progress. And that's why you get words such as innovative or fresh or pioneering attached to design and to architecture in the modern project, because it's used to symbolize endless progress. Architecture has to continually reinvent itself within the modern project, which is why in the capital cities around the world, you get examples of shapes which go like that, or shapes that go like that, or shapes that go like that. And each one is meant to symbolize a new form of progress and innovation. The second term of the modern project is that of growth. That within the modern project, that there's an absolute need to maintain growth. So that's why the symbols of the economy, such as GDP, unless the graph is pointing upwards, the modern project is seen to be failing. That we need to have a sense of endless growth in order to maintain a sense of progress and a sense that we are in some ways as a culture, a set of cultures and species, progressing in a forward direction. But the trouble is with endless growth is that endless growth also means endless extraction. We are extracting the world, and in those extractions we are destroying the world in order to maintain the endless consumption of goods, the endless production of buildings, and the endless extraction of fossil fuels and other forms of earth-bound energy, such as gas, into extracted from the earth and then become part of the problem of the climate emergency. So we have to think about other ways of which avoid endless growth. And in terms of architecture, it's not surprising, therefore, that the kind of boom period for the golden era of architecture might be seen to have been the 20th century, when architecture was used as a symbol of progress and growth. And as the kind of the industry, together with infrastructure, which actually extracts more from the ground than any other industry, it therefore becomes also a problem in relation to climate emergency. And what we saw in the 20th century and early 21st century is the use of architecture, as I've said, to display all these innovations and all these progressive tendencies. But what we should have recognized that actually what was underneath those displays was highly conservative. That because a high-rise residential block is dressed up in the latest aesthetic costume, it doesn't mean that what's underneath it isn't just a form of very conservative residential planning. And in fact, what one saw within the late 20th century, as it got more hysterical and more shapes and more colors and more strange objects were produced, what one saw was the end of a kind of spatial manifestation of global capital. So architecture became a kind of wrapping for global capital. The third aspect of the modern project is that of order. That, as my kind of intellectual mentor, Zygmunt Bauman, talks about, the modern project was absolutely tied to the project of order, that the pre-modern world was seen to be disordered and chaotic and therefore in some way irrational. And what one therefore needed to do in the modern project was to order the world. And that ordering takes on a very specific character in that what it does is to suppress difference. And therefore different cultures, different voices, different languages were suppressed in the project, the modern project of order. And what that means is that notions of the vernacular, notions of the local were all suppressed and put to one side in the pursuit of a kind of ordering system, which, as we've seen in the last 30 years, has been a global ordering system. And the final aspect of the modern project is that of reason. The idea that we can solve the problems of the world through the application of reason. And architects have for a long time promoted the idea that the building is a solution to a problem. Whereas in fact, as we've already seen, the building might actually be the problem in the first place, because it has all the aspects of extraction, of growth, of progress attached to it, and in that is part of the problem. Now, in relation to the climate emergency, I would argue that the climate emergency presents a catastrophic mirror to the modern project. That actually what the climate emergency does is ask us to question all of those aspects of the modern project that I've just outlined very quickly and maybe too simply. What happens with the modern project is that it assumes that it is the only way of doing things. Because of its assumed rationality, it claims an ordering system which has a rational base, and any challenge to the modern project, whether it's the modern project of economy, the modern project of design, is seen in some way to be irrational and therefore can be dismissed. And in particular, you always see this argument among economists who are generally from the neoliberal right, that in some way that capitalism is the natural order of things. We've been persuaded that capitalism is the only way by which we can run our economy. Though I will get to, maybe there are other ways when I get towards the end, and what COVID and the pandemic has presented to us. But if you hold up the kind of the mirror of the climate emergency to the modern project, I think it shatters. If you look at issues of rising sea levels, if you look at the melting of the Arctic ice cap, if you look at the disruption of these intense climate situations, whether it's typhoons or hurricanes, if you look at the way that the rain patterns in Indonesia are changing, and so on and so forth. I could go on and on. All of these cannot be counted as progress. They must challenge any notion of progress within design or within the modern project. Secondly, it's clear that the climate emergency also absolutely demands us to rethink any notion of endless growth. We cannot continue to extract. We cannot continue to build in the way that we built before. We cannot continue to grow. Or if we do grow, then we need other ways of evaluating what growth might mean. Why is growth only determined through economic indicators? Why isn't it determined through indicators of well-being or indicators of actually whether we're dealing with the climate emergency? Thirdly, the climate emergency challenges any notion of order, that it is by its very nature disorderly. It is chaotic, and therefore in its chaos and in the revenge that the planet is already invoking on the world, it is a revenge which is chaotic and disorderly, and therefore challenges any notion of order within the modern project. And finally, reason. There are a whole set of people within the kind of some aspects of sustainability and the climate world who believe that the whole thing can be fixed, that we can fix it through technical innovation, that always it's held out, the promise will be there, that someone will come to save us through solving the problem. But what is apparent is the problem is much too big to solve through technical fixes. The only way it can be solved is through a set of systemic changes to the way that we live on this world and the way that economies might work. And you can see that the standard architectural response is basically a technical fix. When, you know, the way that we measure sustainability, the way that we measure carbon usage in buildings, suggests that we can in some way, if we do technical fixes within architecture, that we are going to in some way contribute to the solving of the climate emergency. Now, I'm not saying one shouldn't do that. One should take issues of sustainability, of materials and everything like that really seriously, but it's not enough. That clearly we need to be looking at other ways by which architectural intelligence can be used beyond the technical fixes of so-called sustainable architecture. The problem is at the moment that there is a whole series of architects who are dreaming up utopian futures. So just this week, Bjarke Engels says he's going to master plan the world. Now, he says it with a degree of irony, but I would say it's also with a degree of intense cynicism, that he's suggesting that one practice, big architects, can in some way solve the problem of the climate emergency through radical master planning. And we get that through utopian schemes through the 20th century and the 21st century, in which it suggests that there are utopian architectural solutions which can address the future, and in particular the future of the climate emergency. But what is clear is the climate emergency needs much more than technical fixes. It needs a much more complex understanding of what has produced it. And then if we understand what's produced it, then we can intervene within it. And I'm most persuaded by the work of Naomi Klein, who, and many others, Jason Moore, who would suggest that the climate emergency is completely the child of global capitalism. That global capitalism, with its dependency on mass consumption, its dependency on endless growth, its dependency on exploitation of labor, and its dependency on exploitation of raw material, is completely complicit in the production of the climate emergency. And therefore what we need to do is to begin to look at the way that we can move towards new systems of economy and new systems which override the assumption that capitalism is the only way forward. And it's interesting that even just a week ago, that the chair of the World Economic Forum in Davos, i.e. the kind of central debating place of neoliberal economies, even he, in the face of the pandemic, is saying that we need to re-look at what we've taken for granted in relation to global capitalism. And therefore what I'm arguing is that The climate crisis fundamentally disrupts our value systems. It fundamentally disrupts what we have taken for granted, and with it, our cultures and our identities. And with it, the cultures and identities on which architecture has been founded. Now, you may say that this is a kind of a very, particularly for the students in the room, you may say, well, this is a very gloomy picture. You may say that what I'm arguing is that this is the death of architecture. I am potentially arguing that it is the death of architecture as we know it, but I'd also say that in all these new conditions, which I'm going to talk about, there is a sense that new social formations are going to be needed, and new economic formations are going to be needed, and each of these are going to have spatial implications. We've already heard about the idea of the return to the local against the kind of the dominance of global systems of the modern project. But how then does an architect, or I'm going to call them a spatial agent, because I think that's a better term, because it gets rid of the notion of architect just designing buildings. How does a spatial agent help in a collaborative and participatory way the formation of these new social and economic relations? So although I may be provocative by saying architecture after architecture, in the end, as an educator, I have to be optimistic. And I'm optimistic that if we consider the way that we talk about architecture, and we talk about it away from the notion of the aesthetic, away from the notion of architecture as a technical solution, away from architecture simply as a generation of form, then potentially we can find new ways by which spatial agents can operate. And in particular, how they operate before the building, i.e. in collaboration with society, in collaboration with communities, thinking carefully about the use of materials, about the exploitation of labor, but also how they think about it after the building, i.e. what are the social implications of the building in terms of environmental footprint, in terms of flexibility, in terms of avoiding obsolescence, and so on and so forth. Now, what I want to end with is a very quick and I think interesting way in which the pandemic and COVID have accelerated both the need for change at a systemic level, and it's not, I mean, everyone is saying we cannot return after the pandemic to the ways by which we were living before. We have to be looking at new ways of living. And if we're looking at new ways of living, then we also have to be looking at new ways of constructing that living, which might be called architecture after architecture. And therefore, the COVID crisis, I think, is very closely related to the climate emergency, in as much as COVID is an ecological crisis. It's a crisis which was initiated by mass urbanization and the encroachment, the invasion of man onto natural habitat, and therefore the release of a set of viruses which crossed over from the natural world into the human food chain and then spread. So it's an ecological crisis. It's also a crisis of globalization, in as much as the virus was spread by mass migration, by people traveling all over the world in the early days of the pandemic, and therefore the pandemic would not have happened without mass globalization, therefore it's a crisis of it. It's also a crisis of capital, in as much as can be seen around all economies around the world, that the standard methods of dealing with the economy cannot deal with the crisis of the pandemic. So in the UK, suddenly we're having to move from a quite right-wing, authoritarian economic system into one in which the state has had to intervene at a mass level in the saving of the economy through the handing out of not handing out through the support of people who have been made redundant. And so what we're seeing in COVID is an acceleration of, is a manifestation of an ecological crisis, a crisis of globalization, and a crisis of capital. And in that, I think it's very closely related to issues of the climate emergency. And if it's related to it, it's interesting, therefore, to look at what the pandemic has done very quickly in an accelerated manner to the way that we are talking about the world and we're talking about the new futures. So we can see already, and I don't know what it's like in Indonesia in relation to COVID and the pandemic, but certainly in Europe and the UK, we can see a shift of discussion in which we have to talk about the local against the dominance of the globalized economy. We have to talk about it because it's all we have around us, because we can't go out. All we can do is look out on our local streets, and we can only deal with our local economies. We've also seen a shift, certainly in Europe, away from centralized systems of distribution into a kind of more set of distributed networks. Now that's interesting in relation to the future of architecture, both the local, the idea of the local, and return to a vernacular, not in a, yeah?
We have 5 minutes left.
Okay, I'm almost there.
Okay.
The notion of moving away from globalized, centralized solutions into an understanding of the vernacular, but not in a way which is nostalgic, but actually understands local context, local environments, local methods of production, and so on and so forth. We've seen under COVID a rapid rise and a welcome rise into communal cohesion, that communities have got together to support each other. And that's very different from the way that the late capitalist world has led to individual atomization, in which individuals are kind of alone in front of their screens rather than as part of a local community. We've seen a shift from linear systems of design into circular systems of design, and so on and so forth. Now, there's a whole set of things in which the pandemic has accelerated both the production, but also the thinking about new ways in which we might live in this world. And where my optimism lies is that if we see a radical shift in societal relations being promoted under the pandemic, and then also if we think about that in relation to the climate emergency, then all of these models demand design. All of these new systems, all these new relationships need an understanding of how they are formed spatially. And in that, you move away from design and architecture as the proliferation of objects, and instead of see design and architecture as making sense of and intervening in and collaborating in new societal formations. And in particular, what I think is interesting in relation to a university, in relation to students, is how what we need is new forms of imagination in order that we can break away from what we take for granted in terms of the modern project and speculate and imagine new futures, not in a utopian way, but in a way which is responsible to new ethics of society and environmental demands. And I think that that is an architectural project which takes architecture after architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jeremy Till. So, how to make a long story short, I have some few keywords that Professor Till have already mentioned about how architecture deals with climate emergency, and then how is architecture in a modern project, different cultures and different voices. Maybe we need new voices in this new era. What is very interesting in what Pa Till have mentioned about architecture after architecture. how the new architecture should be, and because the previously cannot cope with this problem anymore. And then this should be an idea in solving the problem of the world, and one of them is building is a solution. Pandemic has already accelerated the change. We need a new ways of living, and I have already mentioned about architecture after architecture, and maybe a new wave and a new understanding. So we have now 3 speakers, Pak Dedi, Wahyudi, Pak Yakob, and also Professor Jeremy Thiel. Now I would like to offer to all speakers to discuss the substance of this symposium. It is not about a debate, but more in how to summarize and to reach about consensus about this meeting's basic questions. For all the speakers, I would like to ask you, the questions will address to all of the speakers. Can architecture contribute to society in the 21st century in a new and better way? So, first I would like to ask maybe Pak Dedi, and then followed by Pak Yakob, and then followed by Pak Professor Jeremy Thiel. So the time is yours, please.
Thank you, Pak Bambang. Thank you, Prof. Jeremy and Mas Gatot. I think we have a responsibility to our future architecture, actually, as architects and researchers. And I'm agreed with Professor Jeremy that underline the climate emergency is important topic to be concerned. And I think this is in line with my presentation before, that architecture is not only talking about how to build, but sometimes we consider to demolish or unbuild maybe, and we do the minimal intervention into the existing natural environment. This is my consideration in our work in Labo, actually, in some experiences. And then this is very contextual to our problem right now, because in Indonesia, actually, our national government have a spirit to kerja, work, and bangun, and build. So we, in this pandemic situation, we recently we also faced into the problem about the issue of the Komodo Islands, that some construction planning also already ongoing in that areas, and then we have to consider how our works have a bad impact into the nature, actually. And also I agree with Pak Gatot, actually, about the lack of activities, and Pak Gatot stated that in his experiences about commercial building designs, there is missing about the consideration about how to create the place, and then I think it is also important in our future agendas. We are afraid that a lot of building in Indonesia have been built, but after a big event, and the facilities, nobody use that facilities, and lack of activities over there, like maybe in our design before that, we also designed the big sport complex in Jakarta, but we consider also how to maintain the big facilities, and then how the building could be used for daily activities for public in Jakarta actually. That's my point, Pak Bambang. If I have a question actually for Professor Jeremy and Pak Gatot, if possible, but next I can mention later. Thank you, Pak Bambang.
Okay, how about is there any new role for the art sector of 21st century, Pak Gatot?
When we design or make M-Block space as creative hubs, actually what we aim is how to change the mindset of the young people here in Indonesia. Our big enemies is mall culture, right? Youngsters really like to hang out in malls because they don't have other alternatives, right? And we know that malls is increasing the consumerism behavior, right? So that's what the intention of M-Block we made. Yeah. We really want to change the mindset of the youngsters that you can hang out in a more open space, more inclusive public space, because in Jakarta it's very, very lack of its kind of place. And also we want to educate the property owner. This is maybe Professor Jeremy maybe wonder why this is so special and special situation, because I know I've been to UK, I've been to London. This M-Block area is like Soho area. It's very well known, of course, Soho. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, it is good.
Okay. Yeah. Well, also we want to educate the property owners. In this case, is the state-owned company who usually has in their mind, if they want to optimize their unproductive building or space, they tend to demolish the old buildings, right? Almost there is no example of this kind of place because every old buildings is demolished here. It's very sad situation at that time. So, and related to the climate emergency that Professor Jeremy just told us, I think it's in a very small part of M-Block that we have kesadaran, yeah. We have a
realization.
Clear decision or clear concept in mind when we want to make this place. There is no parking space, meaning what? We like to contribute more to reduce the emissions. Jakarta is #1 city, polluted city in, I don't know, in Asia, I think. Yeah, so we try in our small part, and it's very again is maybe from a Western view. It's so what's the special? The space this case and no parking space is very, very special for Jakarta people. Why? Because if you build the commercial space, the government asks you to provide parking space, and sometimes it can be 4 or 5 floors parking space. Even in M block, the major here still asks us to provide the parking space, even though they know, oh, it works. The pedestrian culture is live again. People want to walk again, but still until now they ask us to provide parking space. It's very funny and sad. So answering that question, if how architects can change the society, I think that contextual problems, and you can try to do our best with the small things that I mentioned before. I think that's all, Pak Bambang. Thank you.
Gatot. So maybe the same questions I would like to address to Prof. Til about, can architecture contribute to society in the first, I think in the 21st century, in a new and a better way? I have mentioned before about your quotes about architecture after architecture, because the previously cannot cope anymore the problem. Please.
Well, of course we can contribute, but to contribute we have to think about the contribution in a different way. We can't see it as the modern project saw it, that architects in some way determine the way that society develops. So if one takes the heroic projects of the modern project, you know, the Corbusier ones or the Gorbisheimer or the Mies van der Rohe ones, they in a way suggested that architecture is such a controlling force and a determinist force that it can in some way not just contribute to society, but overwhelm it in a manner which will change it. And I think that has, I mean, I don't even need to go into the fact that that proposition simply doesn't work. And it simply doesn't work, as Jacob has just said, because the powers that shape our cities are much more powerful than architecture. The powers that shape our cities are to do mainly, and I've been to Jakarta, and I've been in miles in Jakarta, so I kind of know what the situation is there in relation to the rampant use of extraction of value from land by property developers in a really quite extreme manner, which I'd never experienced before. And what that shows is quite how impotent, how vulnerable architecture is to the wider forces of the city. So that in a way, you might say that architecture is already after architecture, in as much as it's lost its agency for change, it's lost its power to make significant transformations in society, because that power has been taken over by the power of capital. And therefore, we need to think of how you might contribute to a future set of societies. And what I'm arguing is that I think that we do need systemic change, without any doubt, that we will not be able to, whether it's in Jakarta or in London or wherever, to continue to build in the way that we're building, that we cannot continue to extract value from land in the way that we see as cities functioning at the moment. And I think that we can, if you take a critical view, and lots of people accuse me of being kind of naive economically and capital's going to be with us and how do you resist that? But we are now at a tipping point. I think COVID has awakened us to the emergency, and we have to deal with the climate emergency as a very real and a very fundamental threat to the way that we live on this world. And if we do that, then the contribution that architects can make is a much more modest one, not to do with a kind of determinist view that we're going to revolutionize society, but actually one in which we work collaboratively and bring our spatial intelligence to the table, so that the new solutions can be seen in a manner which is productive spatially and inventive and imaginative, rather than a kind of imposition, or worse, what is happening now, a kind of handmaiden, a servant to the wider forces of the city. So I think it's important to maintain a kind of criticality. It's important to maintain optimism that you can work in a modest manner, and a small change, an accumulation of small changes will make a much larger change. And therefore it's great to see the work which is doing a kind of small scale shift, local shifts, dealing with that. Because if you accumulate all those localized transformations and sometimes quite radical things going on, then one can see a kind of wider change coming on. But to do that, then architects have to become more modest. They have to throw away their delusions of kind of utopian change and become much more modest collaborators, working with other people who are understanding the nature of the climate emergency, understanding the nature of social inequality, and working with them in a responsible and ethical manner.
Okay. It is interesting that all of the speakers have already mentioned about that we should have a new voice, a new challenge, a new role, a new change, and maybe also a new optimistic. So, how the role of architecture in the next, I mean in the context of maybe Indonesia, what's your opinion, Prof. Tilly? Especially Indonesian.
Since we're in a university, I think that it has to start in our educational system. That the educational system, particularly in the UK and even more so in America, has been a sort of has got it detached from some of the issues that I'm talking about, and still it is driven by new forms, new ways of making pictures of buildings, new kind of extremities, and that seems to be what is rewarded. And I think the conversations have to start at a much more profound level within education, in which we start talking about different ethical values, different environmental values, as the fundamental way by which students engage with architecture. And so rather than showing students the history of architecture in terms of the kind of great iconic projects, I don't think the great iconic projects have a space in the future 21st century. We're not going to be doing that. And therefore I think the idea of rather than looking at the new buildings in Jakarta, to go to the exhibition of the vernacular buildings in Jakarta, in which one can learn quite considerable lessons about what it means to build in a responsible manner. And those seem to me to be much more educational than some of the things which architecture students around the world are taught in relation to the kind of past histories of architecture. I think the history of architecture is going to become increasingly kind of fragile in the face of what the climate emergency and endless pandemics is going to do to society, so that we need to be looking at that in different ways. In terms of Indonesia in particular, I think what is interesting in all these debates is that the kind of the forces of the modern project have also been forces which overwhelm the local, overwhelm the vernacular, overwhelm and suppress issues of difference. And I think that what I hope that we're going to see is the emergence of new forms and different forms of identity and of cultures, and with that, new forms of spatial organization, which go beyond anything to do with the kind of global, modernist, international set of solutions, and instead respond to what immediate needs are within the local, the vernacular, and within new societal formations. And therefore, each country needs to have the confidence and the ambition to talk about itself, rather than always looking towards the kind of what used to be the global West, i.e. America, but now the global East, i.e. China, and try to assert its own identity, its own cultures, and with that, the kind of new forms of spatial identities that might arise from that. So that's where the optimism and the discussions I've had. I see that Yandi Yakmo is in the room. The discussions I had when I was in Jakarta with him, and going around and seeing the work that he was doing and others in Indonesia are doing, give me hope that there are people who are already quite pioneering in that field.
Okay. Maybe Pak Dedi or Pak Gatot have some opinion, the same opinion about what Professor Till have already mentioned. Is there any comments?
Oh, Pak Gatot, please. Okay. For
Yeah.
me. Oh, okay.
Can also help to translate into English, maybe, if needed. Yeah, if needed.
About Professor Jeremy mentioned that is there any massive movement in UK actually considered the climate emergency?
What's very interesting in the UK is that the movement is all bottom up and driven particularly by the youth. And so Extinction Rebellion more or less shut down London for a week in an amazing bottom up action between, and Extinction Rebellion is very interesting because it's either made up of people over 60 who have time to do it, who are the old environmental activists, or people under 30 who are the new environmental activists. And what one's seeing in architecture is a real challenge by activist groups who are young, who are interestingly very mixed in gender. So a lot of women activists in climate are challenging some of the status quo in relation to the big firms. And for example, when all the stuff about airports, which I talked about, that created a huge problem for the big firms, because the younger activists were saying, well, you cannot any longer deal with call yourself sustainable architects if you're also doing that. So I think the debate, even in the last year, has become much more intense. And debate, particularly among our students, has become really urgent, that our students are demanding that we respond to the climate emergency. That they won't let us show pictures of glass buildings and say, isn't that a beautiful building by Mies van der Rohe? They'd say, well, no, that isn't a beautiful building at all. It's an environmental catastrophe. So I think that my hope is that the voices of the new generation in terms of environmental activists will be heard and will help kind of accelerate change. But as we all know, in the end, the only way that change in relation to climate is going to happen is when the economy realizes that it cannot sustain itself in the face of climate emergency, that actually that it is so threatening to the production of growth that we need to consider new ways of running our economy. And that's really the only way that we're going to get change. And at that point, then the property developers in London or Jakarta or New York are going to have to reconsider how our cities are built and look at different models. I mean, our city, the pandemic has already shown our cities are completely redundant in a way, because people don't need to work in offices. Yeah, London is empty. It was locked down. It's going to be locked down again on Thursday. If you look at pictures of the public transport, it's empty. Where I go, I'm still going to work in the university, but all the surrounding office blocks, Facebook, Google, none of them, they're saying they're not going to come back into the city for at least a year. So our cities, as we know them, are anyway going to have to change. We're not going to need excess growth of new office space, because it's been found in the pandemic that you can work perfectly reasonably in different manners, which don't demand office space and don't demand that kind of exploitation of a space in terms of the production surplus value to feed the machine. So I think that we're already finding change going on. But I think that my encouragement would be to the students in the room to demand that change from their tutors, to demand that change from the architectural profession, because if they don't, then the architectural profession has, I think, got too many vested interests in the continuation of the profession as we know it. And I'm of course saying everyone needs to keep their practices going, but I think that the next generation are the ones where we're going to see change coming from.
Okay, maybe Pak Gatot or Pak Jeremy Till or Pak Dedi can ask each other in the context of the new roles, the new hope, the new action, the new paradigm, a new challenge on that in the pandemic era. So, how is exactly the roles of the architecture in the pandemic era? You can ask each other, maybe.
So, asking or answering this?
Okay, asking is okay. So we have 30 minutes left for this discussion, and we let the discussions in the context of how the role of architecture in the next. Yeah.
Well, I just want to emphasize, or I can say, I couldn't agree more with what Jeremy says. That I think it's all started with the education system, but for me, the needs of sustainability thinking in the young generation, I think, is a must. To answer this climate emergency. I have no idea what happened in the academic levels at the moment. Is there any emphasizing in the sustainable issues in the education? Maybe Pak Dedi or Pak Jeremy maybe can tell me.
I think that any architecture school that doesn't include the word sustainability in its somewhere in its curriculum is not going to be relevant. My I suppose call is that sustainability is not a appropriate term anymore, because what I said before, that it suggests that we can sustain and possibly we need more radical thinking. But yeah, I mean, I think that in most schools of architecture that there is an attention in the last 10 years clearly towards the use of materials, the use of better environmental systems, whether it's better insulation in cold climates or better forms of ventilation and solar shading in hot climates. All of that is important, but actually it really doesn't address the fundamental issues, which is the production space in our cities and how that goes. And it's, you know, the idea of a sustainable skyscraper is always highly problematic. I mean, the skyscraper is almost by definition not sustainable. Yeah. So that the way in which architecture schools might be looking at more radical, or I would say more appropriate solutions, is pretty patchy at the moment. They're not. The architecture schools still celebrate so-called innovation. They still celebrate experimentation, which normally is seen as formal experimentation in form. All of these kind of what I would now think are past methods of architectural production in terms of innovation are still celebrated in too many architecture schools, which is why for me, the death of the architecture school happened with the rise of the parametric solutions, in which all one got was the production of completely kind of decadent form in which you kind of got, you know, the more wavy, the more blobby, the more colourful, the more whatever, that was what was celebrated. Whereas actually the content of architecture in that period, and particularly in places like the Architecture Association under Patrick Schumacher and Brett Steele, you just saw this incredible decadence going on, in which students were asked to produce new forms in a completely irresponsible manner. And I think educators now really need to look at themselves and say, what is a responsible way of teaching, which goes beyond the production of form, goes beyond the production of kind of new forms of innovation, and actually looks at the societal construction of space and takes that seriously. So there is some really good work going on, but I don't think it's probably radical enough to cope with the emergency which we're faced with.
Okay, it is interesting to find a new way to be in architecture in the next. If we look at the presentation of Pak Dedi, that Pak Dedi also mentioned about architecture is not how to build, but also how to face the problem that impact the nature. So, and Pak Gadot have presentations about the lacking in activities, outdoor activities, and the new way to use infrastructure, public infrastructure, public transportations to be in a M-block facilities. So I think there is a new paradigm or a new way or a new change in that. So maybe Professor Tilk, do you have any opinion about that? About a new wave in Indonesian architecture?
Well, I thought the final slide you showed was interesting because it suggests that there are new ways which go beyond building. There are engagement with infrastructure is for me an incredibly important spatial issue. That infrastructure up to now has always been seen as a technocratic, instrumental issue, i.e., how do we get most efficiency? How do we get traffic flowing in the most efficient way? How do we get water flowing in the most efficient way? How do we get energy into our buildings in the most efficient and technocratic way? And I think that what is interesting in a kind of, which has been already talked about and hinted about, in the new paradigm is how issues of infrastructure are clearly more than just technocratic problem-solving issues, but actually clearly infrastructure is a societal issue too, in relation to the way that infrastructure determines at a mass scale how we live together. And I think that a kind of spatial intelligence applied to infrastructure rather than a kind of quasi-scientific technocratic intelligence is something which architects, and we saw in the presentations, that architects can think in a spatial manner at a large infrastructural scale. So that seems to me to be an interesting way, which is not to do with buildings as such, but infrastructure in a broad sense of a kind of infrastructure for society rather than infrastructure for a set of engineering solutions.
Any comments from Pak Gatot regarding these questions, or do you have any opinions maybe? I cannot hear Pak Gatot.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, not giving the comment from the previous explanation from Pak Jeremy, but I'd like to ask about the other statement. It seems that Pak Jeremy not really happy about what happened here. It's about you say about overwhelmed vernacular architecture here. Well, I see the same thing also, but as a not develop, what's it, masih berkembang apa ya? As a developed country, I think it's one way to express their identity, or that one is to put the identity in the global context. Yeah. So what's wrong with these vernacular things, Mr. Jeremy? Or Dedi maybe? Or...
Sorry, I didn't. I was trying to say that the vernacular, as a source of intelligence and knowledge, is incredibly important.
Okay.
And that, you know, when I went around, what's the place in Jakarta which has all the buildings brought into kind of an exhibition in Jakarta, which has all the vernacular buildings in?
Taman Mini.
Taman Mini, yeah.
Okay.
Taman Mini.
So I learned more in 2 hours there than I'd learned in 2 weeks elsewhere. That what I saw there, and I would say I'm much less interested in the way that the buildings looked than the way that the buildings operated socially and environmentally. And of course, within the vernacular doesn't foreground issues of the visual. What happens is that the vernacular, by working with the context and by working with social formations and environmental solutions, produces an aesthetic, but the aesthetic is not the starting point. And therefore, I think that the idea of the vernacular being seen as a source of aesthetic is a problem, but the vernacular being seen as a source of knowledge in terms of how one deals with local contexts can give us a lot of intelligence. Not to reproduce it, because clearly the vernacular was to do with traditional societal formations, but in the way that one can understand spatial relationships in relation to social relationships is most clearly, most brilliantly taken forward within the vernacular. And therefore seeing the vernacular as a source of knowledge seems to me to be a really important way by which countries can resist the kind of dominance of a single mode of operation.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Pa, for the explanation.
Okay, thank you very much for all three speakers. Now we also have a Q&A session. So we have giving chance to all participate in joining the conference or joining the symposium by writing in the chat box. The committee, would you mind giving me some questions that's already in the chatting box? Okay. Maybe we should need a rest. A pause, maybe. Okay, maybe there is someone who raised the hand. Is there any participants that have already raised the hand, or maybe written in the chat box? So in the process, yeah. So we should waiting for from the committee.
Karina Sutien. Ezio Manzini once said that in order to create a resilient society, social innovation and contemporary society should shift to a new paradigm of SLOC, small, local, open, and connected. Small but highly efficient in terms of the business size, locally sourced, while open and connected to the global world. Is it too utopian for architecture to join this shifting? Is it even possible? What can architecture really do?
Well, maybe I can come in because I've worked with Ezio. He was a professor at St Martin for 3 years, so I know his work. And my answer to that would be, of course. I don't see Ezio's response as at all utopian. I see it as highly practical. And in his most recent book, he talks a lot about how the role of design is to attempt to scale up what is already happening at a local level. And that what one does as a designer is to work both in the very local, but also to understand the relationships between these local events so that you can reach new forms of design through that. So I don't think it's utopian at all. I think it's probably quite necessary. One of the issues, though, that Ezio raises is whether it's enough. Is this enough of a solution? And the answer probably is no, that one also needs to have systemic change delivered from policy, from government intervention and so on and so forth. But it would probably be best played out through the kind of the more localized and distributed networks that Ezio talks about, and which I've been working on in my role as a trustee at the New Economics Foundation. And so I think it's not utopian at all. I think it's probably necessary.
Okay, thank you, Professor Jeremy. Maybe from other panelists, Pak Dedi or Pak Gatot?
May I add?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I agree that yeah, this is possible for us to take part in these issues actually. Yeah, as Labo now have experience to do the not only design, yeah, but also supervise the construction of alun-alun Majalengka Square in West Java. And now we do to ask about how the materials of to support the alun-alun Majalengka could be supported by local craftsmen. We do the city branding as terracotta square, so all terracotta have to produce by local craftsmanship and local industries. So as architects, not only produce the drawing, but also we have to think about how our concept could be implemented in perfectly and have a beneficial for the local actually. This is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Answer.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So if you say what can architecture really do, I read it architecture as not as a building or a physical understanding. In my presentation, there is a Papringan market, Pasar Papringan, if you know. That is a very the showcase of, you mentioned here, the SLOC, a small, local, open and connected case. It's very popular and really raise up the local community. And it's as well as the Minyak Design Week. It's also a showcase of SLOC you mentioned before. So yes, I agree. Architecture architecture can contribute more to these principles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Gatot. So we have the next questions from Arvin. I think it's quite a long question, so I will break it down into small pieces. First is there an alternate way to change our overall condition besides systemic change? I think it's probably referred to what Jeremy said before, because you mentioned about the systemic change a lot. So is there an alternative way to change our overall condition besides a systemic change? For example, exploring outer space, creating a space settlement in the, say, atmosphere, or migrating to Mars, taken to the extreme, can become a rapid solution and a way of escapism if we are to avoid extinction.
No. I think the only good thing about the space race is it places Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos a long way away from us. I'd quite like them all to go to Mars because I think they're destroying the planet, so they might as well go and destroy Mars. But more seriously, no, this notion that we're going to save ourselves by some kind of inhabitation of space is nonsense. The idea that kind of billions of people are going to get on rockets, which frankly are going to destroy the planet because of their carbon emissions, is a kind of elitist and kind of nonsensical view of hypercapitalism, in which what it would do, if it does ever happen, and God, I hope they do go away, is just allow a kind of elite group of people who've created the problem to escape the problem. And yes, there may be wonderful formal solutions, but that seems to me to be also part of the decadence which architecture has been involved in and would continue to involve in. So the answer, sorry to be so blunt, but the answer is no, but good riddance if they do go.
Okay, so I think it's you already mentioned about the capitalism as well. So how can we deal with capitalism anyway? Are we hopeless and indeed doomed to extinction? I think it sounds like a little bit pessimistic, but yeah.
Well, I mean, in the present state, yes, we are. That's why we need change. And I'm not being kind of even pessimistic there. I'm just being realistic. That at the present state of the climate emergency, the economies and structures of the world as we know it will not be sustainable in 100 years' time. And that means that capitalism itself will fall over, which is what is beginning to be recognized. So that, yes, we are doomed unless we make changes. And we can only make changes through our democratic voice, through the way that we ourselves inhabit responsibly as individuals and collectively, what we do as educationists, what we do as consumers. That's one way of doing it. But the other is through our democracies in insisting that our political masters, they should be our political servants, become accountable for dealing with the issues of the climate emergency. So I think that we might be doomed, but we shouldn't give up hope that we can make change.
Okay. I think this is also an interesting question for Pak Dedi and also Pak Gatot. I mean, exploring Mars becoming more and more popular amongst students and especially in architecture, because the idea is so we think that it is very innovative and explorative. But how do you think about this idea? Maybe Pak.
It's not radical, it's not experimental, it's deeply conservative, and it's a complete escape from the realities which we face. It is really decadent. The reason that architecture students like that is it gives them apparent freedom to do what they want. But in that, it's not a real freedom. In fact, they're kind of just completely caught up in the old values and the old constructions of architectural culture. So, you know, that depresses me. If people are doing projects on Mars in architecture education, that just profoundly depresses me when outside their very window, there is the kind of the collapse of the environment, and it isn't a solution.
Right. So that's why I highlight. They think it is very radical. Okay. I think the same question can be answered by Pak Gatot and also Pak Dedi as well. What about this kind of idea amongst the students recently?
Pak Dedi, maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, rather than this imagination, actually, this pandemic situation make us consider to think about our own space here, actually, and not only for architects. Everybody think how to develop or increase the quality of our living environment from our houses, actually. So maybe my opinion just a simple to their questions, but this is the reality that yeah, everybody maybe yeah have a solution to their own living space. Yeah, it's a simple what they can do right now. This is also for me also have maybe also influence to our decision in our work, in our project actually. So make it simple, and then how could design as much as beneficial for our society and environment. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dedi. And what about Pak Gatot?
Well, how to deal with capitalism anyway. So I don't think we have to make capitalism as an enemy. Like Elon Musk need capitalism, of course, for his project. So, and how to embrace this to the project that could could make a solution to more broaden society, not exclusive one. So yeah, I don't see capitalism is a big enemies. And for the radical thinking, like it's mentioned that like was it futuristic or something here. I think I agree with Pak Jeremy. It's deeply conservative, and for me, for myself, I tend to see the solutions from the present conditions. Example, can we develop underwater our underwater for dwellings, maybe? So project like that. So I'm not thinking about the futuristic project in this case here. I'm more into the present condition actually. Yeah, of course, to think, I mean, before we jump into the future, I think we need to give solution or concern about this condition at the moment. I don't know if it's answer or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Gatot. Now we will go back to the moderator of the session, Pak Bambang.
Okay, thank you, Bu Fendi. So dear audience, let's giving virtual applauses for our three speakers, Pak Dedi, Pak Gatot, and also Prof. Til. And thank you very much for the attentions, active participation in panel session and discussions. I hope that we understanding that we need a new role in an architecture, a new challenge, a new architecture of after architecture. So, thank you very much for this session, and I would like to give later to the moderator, Ibu Fardila.
Thank you, Pak Bambang, and also Bu Tanti for moderating the panel session, so that we have an interesting talk and have reached conclusions for our discussion today. Well, dear Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the closing session of AR+DC Symposium 2020. And now I would like to call upon Ibu Dr. Dewi Septanti, SPD STMT, as the head of the Department of Architecture ITS, to present us with a few words of closing remarks. To Ibu Dr. Dewi Septanti, SPD STMT, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I believe that during this Architecture Research and Design Symposium, well known as AR+DC Symposium, all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion. In this 11th AR+DC in 2020, whose main themes is Architecture in 21st Century, the agency of change, we have learned a lot of the keynote session delivered by the amazing keynote speakers, and 6 invited speakers who have shared their interesting work. Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you for delivering such important material so that all of us can deepen our knowledge about the role of architecture in contributing to society in 21st century with the new and better way. Furthermore, I would like to thank all speakers and participants who have joined the symposium. I sincerely hope that through your presentation and discussions, all of us can provide valuable contribution in solving the problem in our own place to define the new role of architecture. Next year, the themes of AR+DC 2021 is Human, Nature, Technology in Enhancing Healthy and Safety Built Environment. Finally, I would like to thank all the community members for organizing the symposium and ensuring that it proceeds smoothly. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a saying in bahasa Indonesia, ada perjumpaan maka ada perpisahan, which means when there is a meeting, then there will be goodbye. I'm pleased to speak to you at the closing of the symposium. I believe that a productive progress has been made. This symposium is an excellent example of successful cooperation. I'm grateful to all of you for being part of this effort. Thank you for all the speakers, moderators, and participants that progressing this important event to a successful conclusion. Thank you for taking part and contributing to the success. I now declare the symposium closed. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Belum diri. Well, thank you very much, Ibu Dewi Septanti, for the closing remarks. So by this closing speech, the Architecture, Research and Design Symposium 2020 have been completed. Dear Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together today, and this event about to come to the very end. I hope you have found the presentation and discussion on the symposium are heartening and uplifting for us. Well, before I end the program today, I would like to remind you again that in 2021, AR+DC will return to greet you with the theme of human, nature, technology in enhancing healthy and safely built environment. So please stay tuned for more information later to our website at www.events-arch-ids.org and also our Instagram account at ids.arch.official. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to have the last photo session to capture this wonderful moment. To all panelists, as well as the moderator and also the translator, Bu Fenty, please click the raise hand button first so that your video can be spotted at the top of the Zoom screen. To all participants, please turn your camera on. We will start to capture in a few seconds. Maybe the committee can send me a message.
Yeah, it's ready.
It's ready? Okay.
Yeah.
We have how many slides?
3.
3, okay. Well, we will start to count. Okay, slide 1. 3, 2, 1. Cheers. Slide 2.
Done.
3, 2, 1. Cheers.
Okay.
Okay. And the last slide. 3, 2, 1. Cheers.
Done.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, all the programs of Architecture, Research and Design Symposium, AR+DC 2020, have been completed. I would like to thank you very much for your kind attention and attendance, of course, and active engagement for the whole event. To the honorable speakers, please, we would like to invite you to join the breakout room as appeared on your screen. And to the distinguished participants, thank you once again. See you on the next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Arsitektur ITS itu kan punya banyak sekali kelebihan ya. Misalnya kita punya prestasi-prestasi yang banyak, itu sudah sejak dulu. Terus kemudian kita juga mempunyai lengkap S1, S2, PPR dan juga S3. Kemudian kita juga banyak berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi di dalam ataupun di luar negeri. Kita punya 5 alur di sini, 5 rumpun mata kuliah. Yang pertama itu adalah perumahan pemukiman, kemudian yang kedua adalah teori sejarah dan kritik arsitektur, kemudian yang ketiga itu adalah perancangan arsitektur. Ini yang merupakan core dari pendidikan arsitektur sendiri, yang mensupport mahasiswa baik dari dasar perancangan arsitektur 1 sampai kemudian studio arsitektur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan tugas akhir. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah sains bangunan, sains arsitektur dan teknologi bangunan. Ini juga banyak hal yang dibicarakan di sini, misalnya juga tentang akustik, tentang lighting dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang terakhir itu adalah perancangan kota. Jadi mahasiswa juga diajarkan bagaimana teori-teori dan juga hal-hal yang mengenai perancangan kota.
Awalnya itu tahun 1965, pada tanggal 1 September, arsitektur didirikan oleh dosen-dosen senior kita, dan waktu itu muridnya sekitar 62 orang yang diterima pertama kali masuk. Dan semua itu sudah tersebar di mana-mana, mengajar maupun menjadi profesional arsitek, dan sudah banyak kemajuan yang dicapai dari saat itu sampai sekarang. Masih banyak A1 itu yang berkiprah di lapangan.
perancangan arsitektur itu menuntut kita terlibat dalam situasi berkomunikasi dengan berbagai pihak. Selain juga punya satu tempat untuk bisa merenungkan atau menggali apa yang kita pikirkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang fasilitas di pendidikan arsitektur, yang utama adalah studio, ya, karena itu adalah tempat yang secara tradisi mulai sekolah arsitektur itu ada, dia juga ada. Jadi tempat di mana dia bisa berkomunikasi dengan banyak orang.
Arsitektur sendiri itu adalah sebuah bidang yang sangat abstrak. Dia adalah sebuah bidang yang membahas banyak hal dan mengeksplorasi banyak hal. Jadi di ITS saya mempelajari untuk bagaimana saya mengaplikasikan dan mentranslasikan konsep-konsep itu menjadi sesuatu yang aplikatif di dunia nyata.
Hal yang menarik di dalam pendidikan arsitektur, dia selalu bersifat kontekstual. Jadi kearifan lokal ini menjadi komponen penting di dalam peletakan acuan sebuah ide. Seperti karena itulah yang membedakan nanti arsitektur dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Sehingga interaksi antar orang yang menjadi salah satu komponen dari revolusi industri 4.0 itu adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kita bisa bekerja dengan stakeholder yang lainnya secara baik, dan itu menjadi penting dan diajarkan di Departemen Arsitektur ITS.
So local culture in Surabaya city, it was very, very different from the culture at home, and it was not, for me at least, it was not so difficult to become acquainted with the culture, the people. The people are very friendly and helpful, so if you ask for help, they would definitely come to your aid, and maybe if you don't ask for help, they would also be willing to help you. And getting around in Surabaya city, it also was not difficult, so even if you don't know a place or you don't know exactly where you're going, you can use Google Maps and you can pay online. And that is quite safe because Surabaya is also one of the safest cities in the world. I really enjoyed coming to classes, and most of the lectures, it was mainly based on presentations, which was quite different from what I know at home. We do presentations at home, but here it was the bulk of most of the evaluation that you would have done. And that was one of the most interesting things because you get the chance to get rid of some of your stage fright or your communication with other people, and also being vulnerable so people could give you good critiques or good ideas on your work. And the general atmosphere on campus, it was very, should I say, it was very boosting toward my learning experience and surrounding yourself with your classmates and friends.
Jadi ikatan alumni harus bisa menjahit itu semua. Jadi ikatan alumni ada IAI, ada kampus ya. Ikatan alumni itu bayangan saya ya, harapannya bisa menjahit. Oh, mahasiswa ini hebat di sini, hebat di sini. Oh, profesi ini jago di sini, ini ya dijahit. Segala sesuatu itu dilihat bagaimana solve the problems, memecahkan masalah. Lalu melihatnya bukan lagi sebagai masalah, tapi sebuah challenge untuk dirubah atau diselesaikan menjadi punya manfaat untuk orang banyak.
Oke, panitianya belum masuk ke sana ya?
Belum Pak, masih menunggu, masih menyambut tamunya yang tadi.
Apa sih yang kita buat dan untuk siapa yang kita buat?
Lagi akan kembali.
Gitu. Jadi mindsetnya sudah berpikir basic arsitek ini desain untuk siapa dan untuk apa gitu. Yang dulunya kita hanya bangunan, mendesain bangunan dan concern ke dalamnya, sekarang justru dipaksa harus juga memperhatikan ruang luar.
Kalau
prestasi, sebetulnya mahasiswa kita hampir setiap tahun dan setiap saat itu banyak sekali yang mempunyai prestasi-prestasi baik nasional, lokal, dan juga internasional. Jadi misalnya semacam future art, kemudian juga mahasiswa memenangkan kejuaraan-kejuaraan yang dilaksanakan oleh baik itu dalam negeri ataupun dari luar negeri, itu banyak sekali. Tetapi yang jelas kita baik itu S1, S2 dan S3 kita mempunyai akreditasi yang sudah bagus, A semuanya. Jadinya itu saya rasa juga akreditasi itu adalah perwujudan dari prestasi-prestasi yang dimiliki baik oleh mahasiswa, dosen ataupun tendik yang ada di sini.
Harapan saya pada Departemen Arsitektur ITS ke depannya adalah untuk selalu menjadi yang paling depan dalam usaha untuk mengembangkan, mengeksplorasi, dan membawa teori arsitektur ke ranah-ranah yang jauh lebih menarik lagi yang tidak pernah digapai sebelumnya.
Jadi kalau melihat Departemen Arsitektur sebagai sebuah institusi, dia memang memiliki tridharma sebenarnya. Perguruan tinggi itu satu sebagai lembaga yang memberikan pelayanan pendidikan, kemudian yang kedua adalah penelitian atau riset, dan terakhir adalah pengabdian pada masyarakat. Jadi sebagai sebuah elemen dari perguruan tinggi tidak terlepas kita punya kewajiban untuk membagikan apapun yang kita miliki atau telah kita capai kepada masyarakat yang ada di sekitar kita.
Kalau Pak Eko Prawoto bilangnya ada silent client. Silent client itu kan berarti selain kita bertugas kepada klien, kepada project, juga sebetulnya apa yang kita lakukan ini, kalau kita punya rasa empati, sebetulnya kita itu mengabdi kepada kebudayaan. Jadi apa yang kita buat sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap kebudayaan berikutnya. Apa yang kita kerjakan sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap zaman berikutnya. Gitu. Jadi ini sebetulnya ya tugas bersama lah, bukan hanya dosen tapi juga dari profesian. Mungkin jika kita bekerja sama kita bisa tetap menjaga karena kan raw materialnya dari profesi arsitek ya dari kampus, dari mahasiswa.